All right. Good morning, beautiful people. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to Real Estate Management in Africa, REMA 2025. I want us to do something. I want you to turn to your neighbor. I want you to say hi to your neighbor, right? Just tell your neighbor good morning. Tell your neighbor something amazing. Give your neighbor a compliment. Tell them you love their smile. I want us to start this event with the right energy. Give your. Well, in fact, let's do one better. Give your neighbor a high five. Give your neighbor a high five. All right. Thank you very much. You're welcome to REMA 2025, where innovation meets inspiration. We're so glad to have everyone gathered here today for rich conversations, bright ideas, and future shaping collaborations. My name is Theophilus Olayanju, and I'm really excited to be your event MC for today. And today promises to be great as we journey through an exciting lineup of thought leaders, innovators, and change makers redefining the African real estate and urban living landscape. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to REMA 2025. Please, a round of applause for yourselves for coming very early. For those of us that came really early, a round of applause for yourselves, please. All right, we can do better. Come on, celebrate yourselves more than this. Thank you so much. To deliver the short address, we're going to be delivering a short address right now. But to do that, I would like to acknowledge all our partners, all our sponsors. Please, as I mentioned their names, I would like you to please put your hands together for our partners, our sponsors. Please put your hands together for Number. Please put your hands together for Number. Acknowledge everyone from Number. Please put your hands together for them. I also like to acknowledge Sterling back for being one of our partners. Please put your hands together for them as well. Also, I'd like to acknowledge MTN. Please put your hands together for MTN as well. Thank you. And finally, I also like to acknowledge Provast. Please put your hands together for Provast as well. Thank you very much. And while the event is going to be going on, I'll be acknowledging many of our speakers, our distinguished guests amongst us today. But to deliver the welcome speech, ladies and gentlemen, but before we do that, can the media team please put the QR code on the screen for people to scan for the brochure? Please put the QR code. Yes, please do scan to download the brochure for today's event. Everything we're going to be doing here is going to be digital, all right? Up until some of the games we're also going to be playing, we're going to be doing a lot of digital stuff today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so bring forward for the opening remarks, please put your hands together as I call Mr. Chude Osiegbu, the CEO and co-founder of Venco, one of the organizers of this very beautiful event. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please put your hands together for the CEO and co-founder of Venco for his opening speech, Mr. Chude Osiegbu. Please a round of applause for him as he comes to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Good morning and welcome. We really appreciate you attending our event. So I want to observe all protocols as the MC has already mentioned. So why are we here today? Basically, we want to talk about real estate management in Africa. As we all know, Africa is rapidly urbanizing, and with it, a lot of communities, residential, commercial communities, are being built and operated. So we noticed that there was a lot of focus on construction. So typically, when you have real estate events, it's really around the developer side of things. And we felt that those operating and managing communities are not getting their fair hearing. And we felt it was very important to have a forum where, they can come and stakeholders in that space, can come and interact with each other, learn from each other, and have conversations. And that gave, the idea, or brought about the idea for Real Estate Management Africa in 2025. We really appreciate all of you for making time out to come. And we are really looking forward to a robust set of conversations. The team at Venco and all of our sponsors have worked really hard to get this, occasion off the ground. And I cannot wait to hear and participate in the conversations that we are going to have today. So once again, thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here and looking forward to a wonderful occasion. Welcome.
All right, thank you so much. Please put your hands together for Mr. Chude. Please put your hands together for him one more time. All right. Like I announced earlier, we're going to be having games today. So it's not just going to be a lot of speaking, a lot of talking and sitting down. We're going to be having engaging games. And the idea of the game is to network. The idea of the game is for us to network and connect with each other. Because the beauty of conferences like this isn't just when we have conversations here. It's also beyond now. The idea of REMA conference is managing Africa's urban communities. And the best way to manage African urban communities is not inside this all, is everything we do beyond these walls. So the games are geared towards us networking and connecting with each other. There are going to be amazing prizes to be won for those leading on the leaderboard, which will be displayed on the screen, by the way. So yes, we're going to see how we are doing with the games. Everybody's going to see. It's going to be transparent. So there's not going to be any case of, rigging the election. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, to move into the first conversation for today, the first keynote address for today is on policy frameworks for sustainable urban communities. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first keynote speaker, Dr. Olajide Abiodun Babatunde, with the SA, EGIS, and Planning Matters, Lagos State. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Olajide Abiodun Babatunde. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Please put your hands together for him as he comes to the stage. Oh, okay. All right. I was told that he's still on his way. So, but before we do that, I want us to do something very simple. I'm going to come down to the stage now. So I announced earlier that we're going to be singing the national anthem. Yes or yes? Yes or yes? All right. So who's going to lead us in singing the national anthem? The new national anthem. The new national anthem. Who's going to do that for us? The new national anthem. Come on. Let's not be shy now. Let's not be shy. Let's show how patriotic we are to our country. So who's going to sing the new national anthem? Who's going to lead us? Wow. So nobody's going to lead us. That lady that is smiling, it feels like you know it, right? So who knows the new national anthem? Who knows the new national anthem? So nobody's going to say anything. Wow. All right, so let's do something together. Can we please Google the lyrics of the stanza of the new national anthem so we can all do that together before we bring up. Oh, you're going to do this. All right, so let's do it together. So I want everybody to please Google the lyrics of the new national anthem. So we're all going to do it together. Want to honor our country, Nigeria. All right, at least before US invades us, let's honor our country. All right, so it's going to do it for us. Thank you very much.
All right, can we be upstanding? Let me try. All right, 1, 2, and we go. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. To serve our sovereign motherland. It's the only one we sing now.
All right, thank you very much. Please have your seats. Thank you so much.
All right, so let me correct us, because it was a national broadcast that was made that any public event, it's only the first stanza. You don't sing all. At any public event, it was out there for all of us. We need to take cognizance of those things, not just because I belong to the security community, but it came out that it's only the first stanza. So let's take note of that. It's very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much for the correction. And right now, we're going to be having our first panel discussion. The title of this panel discussion is The Digital Future of African Communities. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this panel, we're going to be having the president of the Nigerian PropTech Association. And this session explores how digital tools are shaping connectivity and community living across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the president of the Nigerian PropTech Association, Dr. Roland Igbinoba. Please put your hands together for him as he comes to the stage to moderate this panel session. Please, thank you very much. Keep clapping your hands together. Keep clapping your hands together till he gets to the stage. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. should we grab tea or coffee? I'm not getting the kind of response I want. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, this.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So before we get right into the panel, I'd like to, because we were waiting to start with the keynote, but the keynote is sort of getting late. So I'd just like to introduce Judy. Is Judy in the room? Okay, so I'd like to introduce Judy to sort of give us a preamble of REMA, so that we don't just jump into that panel. So please, with a round of applause, let's have Judy come on stage and tell us why. Please, a round of applause, please, a round of applause, a round of applause. Let's get this place warm. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm here again. Okay, so basically, in my opening, I kind of tried to give an overview of what we are trying to achieve here at REMA. Now, the first panel is talking about the digital future of African communities. So we wanted to give that a bit of context, to make it very clear why we're here. As we said, urbanization is increasing and communities are, rolling out at a fast pace. So all over us in the urban centers across Africa, in Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, budding cities like Ibadan, Nairobi, Accra, right? You'll find that people are living more and more in collectives under some sort of central management or, a central operator. And because more and more people are living like this, and we are now in the digital era, and in fact, in the AI era, what we are finding is that those who are tasked with operating and supporting these communities are moving more and more towards digital tools to make their lives easier. Now, there's no introduction of new technologies that doesn't come, with its frictions and challenges. And we have a vantage position, as the premier platform, really, that lots of these communities are operated on and run on, to see what the issues are, right? So one of the things that we really wanted to talk about here is how digital can be better and best applied to making sure that life in these communities is seamless. We all live somewhere, we work somewhere, we're all here today at this event, but we spend most of our time in the places where we live, right? And one of the stated aims of Venco is to make that as comfortable as possible. And it is also the stated aims of many of the participants here, the sponsors, and so on and so forth. Be it from Number, who is interested in helping to finance activities in communities, to Sterling Bank, who are interested in the same, to MTN, who are, very interested in making sure that you have internet, which is, I think, almost like an essential resource now, as essential as water and electricity. At least if the conversations on the WhatsApp group in my estates are like, so when internet is down, it's a big deal. You almost feel like there's no air to breathe. Sorry, is this? Yeah, so, so essentially, there are many essentials, that we have come to rely on in the digital sphere, in our living, in our lives, like where we live and where we spend most of our time. And so again, this is what REMA is about, so is it from your estate app to the way you access your community, to the way you access data, internet, to even the utilities that you consume at home, and going beyond that, even things like your consumables, groceries, how you purchase food and other things and services that you use, within your community. There's a very big opportunity to bring together all of these things, to make living more comfortable, and services more accessible, to those who are within our constituencies, so to speak. So here today, we are bringing together policymakers, operators, consumers, those the residents that live within communities, security organizations and operations, and many other stakeholders. We are bringing them together to have a really robust conversation starting with this panel, which is to speak about the digital future of African communities. I'm sure that it's going to be a fantastic panel with lots of learnings and robust conversation, on the topic. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Dr. Roland, and he'll take the show from here.
Thank you very much, Chudi. Please, a round of applause for Chudi, please. Okay, great. So I'm going to jump on. So Chudi, you should just come back since you're also part of the panel, please. Just come back. So I'd like to call on Mrs. Ufoma Ilesomi, who's the Managing Director of Haven Homes. She's one of our panelists today. Please, a round of applause for Mrs. Ilesomi. I'd also like to call on Chijioke Akano, who is Head Technical Management at UPDC Facility Management. Please, a round of applause as you come up. And then I think James Wambugu will be joining us online. Okay. Okay. Then you want to come this way, Chudi. Yeah. So it's not, no. Yeah, sit closer. Okay, thank you very much. Our conversation this morning is the digital future for African communities. And Chudi has very well laid some sort of foundation and conversation around what the digital future is, right? Now, I'm just going to start off the panel with sort of just telling us, and I'll start from you, Ufoma, with just sort of telling us what you do, what does Haven Homes do, how does all of this Reman thing, just in 1 minute, just to kick off that conversation, how does all of this property management and the idea behind the REMA conference affects what Haven Homes is doing? And then I'll come to you, Chijioke. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ufoma Ilesomi once again. I am the Managing Director of Haven Homes. First of all, I want to say a big congratulations to Mr. Chudi for organizing once again a wonderful event as REMA. When I first got invited to be on this panel, I was like, we are coming here to obviously learn and unlearn certain things and cultures that will change certain things that we do. We are developers. We've been doing this for 20 years in Nigeria. And I must say that bringing in digitalization into the industry has been one of the greatest innovation that has come to play. So I will say congratulations again for more and more things that we're yet to see in this event. Thank you.
Great. Chijioke, yeah.
Good morning. My name is Chijioke Akano. I'm the head of Technical for. Sorry, I have a very terrible voice. My phone has a way of amplifying the terrible voice. I'm the head of Technical for UPDC FM. UPDC FM is a facility management company. It started as a department under UPDC PSA. UPDC PSA to be the biggest real estate development company in Nigeria. However, right now, UPDC FM is a company of its own, managing UPDC PSA built estates and third-party estates. So, what's the second question, please?
No, I think that's just that's just it. So as we get into the conversations, I think we'll hit that up. Chudi, so I'll start my question, but you already gave a bit of background, right? But I want you to, and I think all the panelists would have conversation on this point. So when we say digitally, enabled, we're talking about the digital African futures and all of that. So what does it really? I mean, how big is this? Is this reality? Is this practical? So when we say digitally enabled cities, what are we talking about? And don't try to make this very technical. Just make it as simple, and I'll prefer if there's an example just to drive the point home.
Okay, thank you. Great question. Yeah, so sometimes when people talk about digital, things sound abstract. We usually envision very high tech, some room with a supercomputer, and stuff like that. But digital is also very simple, very accessible. let me ask, how many of us came here today with a ride-hailing service like Bolt or Uber? Okay, so a few of us. How many of us this week have ordered food with something like Chowdeck, you know, or similar, you know, platforms? Okay, again, a few. So many times when we are communicating with each other, we not only do regular calls. I think WhatsApp is probably the predominant way in which most people communicate with each other, right? So everything I've just said now, these are digital tools. And they have crept into our lives in a way that is not obviously, you know, like when you're asked, okay, how does digital play in your life? You may not immediately think of those as, you know, digital, but they are all digital tools. There's a lot of work going on in the background when you book that ride, when you order that Uber, right? And these types of things are slowly creeping into our lives, and they have become necessities because they are making life more efficient, you know, for us. And really, that is the same thing when it comes to us in our living spaces and in the ways that we live. So many of us have chosen to live in communities. It's, you know, from an economic point of view, the developers will tell you that the unit economics, you know, makes more sense when you are building for communities than you are building standalone houses, right? Now, as I said earlier, a lot of attention is paid on the operation. So building a property, a typical project will maybe take you 3 years, 4 years, you know, for a really stretched out one. But living in and operating those communities will take half centuries. There will be buildings that are, you know, built today that will be here in 100 years' time. And operating those things, making sure that they are livable, right? They are secure, you know, that the people inside there are accessing the services in a very efficient manner, is very important. And digital is creeping in there because from the gate in access all the way to in your house, in accessing utilities, in paying for your energy and water, digital is now there through apps and platforms that enable us to easily access the services. So that's what digital really means in the context of real estate. Those processes that we go through, which are not very obvious to security and from utility access to marketplaces, to access to goods and services, they are now coming onto digital electronic platforms and are becoming more and more demanded and accessible to all of us who are consumers and operators in these spaces.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think we saw, or rather we've seen some of that this morning, in even just gaining access into this event. So Ufoma, I'm going to come right to you. And I want you to answer this question in the context of seeing how are home buyers, okay, how are they demanding some of these things that Chudi has talked about? How are they demanding smart living or digital tools, you know, in its, even if it's the most basic level in some of your development? So I'd like you to, in the context of that, answer the question.
All right, thank you very much. First of all, you talked about Africa at large. Nigeria in particular, we really involve digitally, as you can see from what Mr. Chidi has said as well. I remember 10 years ago, or for the maybe 10 years, 12 years ago, when we started doing development with smart homes, and we had done a show home, fantastic show home like this, digitalized show home. And we brought in so many people to come and, you know, view and see. We realized that that option was one of the options that people did not go for. And that's because they were getting, you know, conversant with, okay, what's this? What's this new thing coming up? Will Nigerians do it well? Will we get it right? You know? So, but now adding it to a home is now a plus. In fact, we're seeing significant increase in the price in comparison of when you don't have a smart system in the property. So for example, you don't have a smart system in the property, you're selling for 20 million, with whom you're probably selling for twice the price. So it's becoming a very welcome systems that are being put in place, especially even with the after sales or after care when people move in and they now have more digitalized system like the one of Venco or My Estate app and many others that have come up. So that's really what we're seeing right now. Yeah.
Interesting. So Chijoke, from the context of now the house is developed already, right? So you are now operating that asset. How is technology? Again, I want you to speak from the point of view, not just as a facility manager deploying it, but the usage from the people, right? How are your users, whether they are tenants, whether commercial or residential, right? How is the adoption of this technology, and how is the user experience for them? And is this something that they now continuously demand, in your other assets?
Thank you very much. I will start. The answer to the question is yes. Most clients prefer digital technology to the former manual process. And as from the FM point of view, it has a kind of improved our processes. It has automated our process. Before, someone is at the gate, you notice that somebody has to call the security guy. The security guy needs to call somebody. The confirm is the
Sorry, Mr. James, please, can you turn on your video?
It takes roughly 2 to 5 minutes. Right now, there's a code. You get your code before you get to the gate. Once you get to the gate, they see your code, they punch it in. Within 30 seconds, you are inside the estate if you're an approved resident. Second, and most importantly, is community engagement. As a party management company, one of the biggest issues we have is taking decisions. Why? Because they are taking decisions for a group of people. Most of the estates you manage are multi-owned. You don't know who is in support of the decision or who is against it. But with digital technology, find out that our clients are participating more. For example, let me use the app, Venco, Shift, My Estate app. When we deploy them in estates for power is majorly the heaviest cost consumer in many estates now. Once you deploy those apps for power, you find out that the clients now want to get involved with everything we are doing in the estate. They want to see how much they use because they're seeing it real time. They want to engage us more. Okay, where are you? Why is my power 700 units today and I'm paying more? When it was 500, I paid less. And it also brings up transparency in the whole process. You saw your power consumption. You also saw the total consumption. So you can't be lost that you can't accuse any facility manager that, oh, you could tamper with the whole process, because and it also remove, most importantly, that human error part. When we used to do power, I'm using power as an example. When we used to do power apportionment manually, sometimes your technician will go and write 808. Somehow there was a 1 before the 8. When you add it up, you find out that you've lost 1,000 units. And who would carry the cost? And some estates that are into or participate into that power, this will ask you, where did this 1,000 units go? Someone's error. So digital technology is a plus and it's a positive for us that are running facility management. On the client side, it's also, like I mentioned earlier, that transparency part makes them get engaged. Because they are seeing, once you bring up an issue, if I'm using power, for example, even the same with visitors management, you can't tell us that a visitor will allow into your estate with a code is our fault. So our clients prefer having smart systems to that manual rigorous, make phone call this person and deny, or this person will tell that I didn't see it.
Okay, I'll just stay with you a bit, right? In terms of the infrastructure, Chijoke, what kind of gaps exist? So now the customers want this, right? It is even from the management point of view, right? But for you, what would you say are gaps as at today, in terms of these operations?
Okay, the major gap we have now is actually the support for these smart systems. These smart systems have been in place for a long time. However, we don't have support. When I mean support, I mean government backings on them. Let me give you an example. One estate wanted to implement a security management system where if there's a security challenge, there should be a panic alarm that will go off. However, if the panic alarm goes off, where will you go to? Nigerian police doesn't have that support to pick up that security challenge and show. So the major gap we are experiencing now is actually government support. Individually as users and Benko as the manufacturers or product owners, we've gotten to a place where we need to find a way to get government to key into these AI and smart systems.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I see James on. I was just checking. James, are you still on? Can we hear James if he's on?
Yes, I am. I am online.
I can see you, but I can't hear you. I can see you, but
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? I'm hearing myself. James, can you hear me? James, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm not sure why I can.
Okay, there's some feedback in the room. If the technical guys can help us sort that.
I am on, but I can hear you. So I don't know why you can't hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. 1 minute, please.
So what I've done.
So why does music come up every time plays?
You can try to talk when you can.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Hello, sir. Please, can you say something? Let's check your audio.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, James. I think it's probably and
Effie, sorry.
your phone is having an echo, but I think it's a problem from their side because I could hear you from your phone.
Okay, Effie.
You can talk now, sir.
Example, who they have come into the industry aggressively to help us sort for materials, making sure that we're getting the right data, the right information, and that has just ultimately helped our RI as a developer. On the flip side of in the clients themselves, I don't think right now, because we do more, like Chidi said, most developers we prefer to do estates. I don't think there's any development that we'll do now without adding some form of digitization in terms of like even having the app and for the after sales. And just for that, if it's for one thing in particular, security, and that has stood for most people that are buying now, an estate that doesn't have any security in terms of having the app that you can generate codes and you can check the back end. Clients are kind of concerned about that right now. They want to know that you have that in place. They want to know that this is sort of steps that you take to take care of their security. So as a developer, it has definitely affected the ROI for our buyers ultimately. And even when they're reselling or when people are asking for things like that, So, but I wanted to also add something to what Mr. Chidi said on a lighter note, because I mean, sometimes it's very good to, shake the table a little bit. I don't know how many of us experience when Uber drivers or delivery service people before, when you give them codes to your units or your property, and they will be so aggressive and then they will leave. But are you noticing that before now, they are now at a point where they will tell you, please, before I get to your estates, give me the code. So digitalization is taking over. People are becoming more aware. People are becoming more most skilled worker is already asking you for code. So I mean, it's the way forward. So that's how it's ultimately affecting us positively.
Okay, interesting, interesting. So Chijoke, in terms of just hearing the kind of products that are in the market, from the FM point of view, are there some collaboration, or you guys are you guys sort of with the vehicles of this world, the constructs, just to then help the management of the products?
Yes, currently we have we're in collaboration with not Venco and other. We don't want our clients having so many apps. One for power, one for digital management, one for service management. So that those discussions have made so many of them have a one app for all system. Like Benko has power, digital management, security, and there's another one that I'm missing out.
Issue management. Issue management.
Issue management,
marketplace.
yes. Issue management. So, so there's collaboration, and there'll still be collaboration because we also analyze the data we get from their platform, and also discuss with them. Okay, can we change this? Can we improve on this? For example, I know there's one we did with Sheep recently. We used the app to generate fund for power. Then we found that some estate want to also use it to generate their service charge. So we have to discuss with them before. The app usually take one account number. Right now it takes two account number, power and service charge. So the collaboration is there, and continue improving on it or leveraging on it until we get a perfect. There's not like a perfect. So we continue improving on it until we get the best of the system.
Okay, very good. So just again,
Please, Mr. James, put it on your screen so that they can see you in-house and communicate with you.
the user of that product is not enjoying it, then we're just building the technology. So from a developer's point of view, so the question is, what's been the most impactful investment that you have made? You know, I'm not saying in the brick and mortar component, but in the technology part of things. And then as a developer, are you willing to say, okay, I like these new startups or these prop tech startups, let's put some money and push them and enable adoption?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I think that the gentleman here has mentioned a lot of the things that he has incorporated as facility manager. But we also, as developers, we've taken liking and started off with different apps. I mentioned earlier about my estate app that we use in one of our estates, and also Venco that we use at one of our estates as well. So it's definitely a welcome development. There's so many things that have happened within the app, and it's one of the best decisions we have made in terms of like how generally things are operated within our facilities. Like you said, I mean, the one of power for landlords, for example, when they have tenants and tenants are not, able to pay the money, there's an agreement with the estate and things like that. I mean, those are positive things that has, ultimately affected the buyers. From the estate management point of view, where you don't pay your service charge in time, there's an app base that collects the service charge. It just puts a level of responsibility on everyone. And as a developer, you want to see the estate progress. You don't want to see the estate diminish. So an app will come in and put structure in place, which is one of the things that we ultimately lack in Nigeria, which is proper structures that are being followed. But an app-based system, you don't have a choice. You have to do it. For example, I live in an estate where I need to pay before I want to pay my service charge, or before I want to buy power, myself, they would have already collected the service charge from the money before I buy power. So if your service charge is 200,000, they would have taken that money first before you can buy power. So it keeps you on your toes. It keeps you responsible. So it's something that has ultimately helped to put structure into our estates at large. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, I don't know how paying your service charge, is first before vending. It's anyway, we'll get to that conversation at some point.
It's actually necessary because
No, I mean,
I
need power, right? And I owe your service charge, so I'm going to be, and I can't pay your service charge, but at least I don't know. No,
let me explain to you. Sorry, let me explain to you.
Okay.
Service charge, some of these services has been rendered. The security salary for that month must have been paid. Cleaner salary for that month must have been paid. And you're owing. I want to buy power. So you have to get the money for those salaries before you buy any power.
Chijoke is speaking. Chijoke, I understand.
Once you buy that power, forget it. You can't get that money again.
No, I understand. Chijoke, you're speaking from. I mean, you're just putting on now your facility management act. But there's also a place for inclusiveness, isn't it? Right? We talk about sustainability. We talk about inclusiveness. I think what will happen is maybe someone will develop a product where they can start to take 25% when you buy 50,000 naira power, they give you 35,000, okay, or they give you 30,000, and they are paying down your service charge. Maybe I'm just giving an idea for a free product. Maybe somebody will do that, and then they knock you out of your product. So you should think around innovating when you have a brick wall.
I'm happy to tell you that you can do that on Venco today, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay. I was going to second on that. I know that with digitalization, you can, make it what you want it to be like.
Yeah, absolutely. So because we need to think about the user, otherwise adoption will be a challenge. I think as we wrap up, let me try again to see if we can get to Kenya, because we're now rounding up. Go ahead, James, if you can hear us.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
So we can see you, James. We can see you talking, but we can't.
Yeah, I'm talking, and I guess you can't hear me. Let me try with my phone. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. You are loud and clear.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Did you ask anything? Sorry.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes. Oh, I thought you heard me initially. So my
My apologies now. I can't hear the room, so I'm not sure what whether the question has been put across or not.
Okay, just listen. We can hear you now. So my question is in the context in Kenya, how is digitalization helping the management of the city?
In Kenya, how is digitalization helping the management of cities?
How is digitalization helping the management of?
Communities of the urban life.
Of the urban community.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much and good morning. I'm really sorry. It's been a bit of struggle. Sometimes I'm on, sometimes I'm not on, even in terms of the panelists, and I really appreciate the conversations. I think if we were to look at digitalization, I would say yes, Kenya has made a lot of great strides, but on this area of communities, I think we have not made a huge leap yet because we do not actually have systems that manage communities. It's very good because Venco has come. There are few others that do separate bits of what Venco is trying to do. But what we have is the aggregation of communities. People have come back together. So even where there are public estates, people have narrowed down to their courts or to their road and then blocked off with the authority of government, where they then come together. Much of the interactions currently is on the existing platforms like WhatsApp and the rest. We do not have a lot of except for estates that are managed by big estate management companies where they can enforce collection of service charge, people who have who rent houses and can collect the rent through different platforms and integrating that with the banks. We are at this stage where the ideas that are coming, for example, from Venco and the rest, will most likely be adopted fairly quickly and then become integrated as part of the communities. People are looking for solutions. For example, how do you control access? Just to give you an example, in the estate I live, where I happen to be the chairman of a gated community, we still use car stickers so that the guards at the gate, once they see your car has a sticker for the estate, then they open for you. But for everyone else, then we have to. They have to be, identify themselves. The guards have to check whether there was information relayed to them that a visitor is coming. And all that, to an extent, is being done through making a phone call. And you can understand these activities are happening. Anyone who tries to integrate them and make them, work well, would be most welcome. Now, I have to give a caveat here that for estates that are built purposely as a gated community where they're run by a single estate management company, we do have some form of digitalized services for enabling access, enabling collection of service charge and the rest. But it's really a virgin space that is due and ripe for investment. And I believe, I know Venco has taken a bit of time to tickle, but from what I've been seeing in the recent past, I can clearly see people even now making inquiries because of Venco going to some big estate called Edenville in Nairobi. So that is where I would say we are at the moment. And Kenya is very, very good at adopting digital technologies. I think what we need is the developers to develop those technologies. Thank you.
Glean from that is that there are opportunities in Kenya as well in terms of bringing digitalization for real estate. I think our time is up, but I'll just ask, I'll just go around as closing shots. Maybe I'll start with you, Judy. So what investments, right, do you think should scale right now within the real estate technology space? If you were to put money bet on outside of your Venco product, right, what do you think should scale in helping the management of this asset class?
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. When I think about estates, communities, and when I say estates, I use the term loosely. So it's really any group of apartment blocks, anywhere where people are living in a collective. I think one of the big topics there is energy. We're all consuming energy, and the cost of energy is normalizing now, right? Which makes it look expensive, to a lot of us. But, unfortunately, it costs a lot of money to provide energy. So things that can help improve transparency around the generation, consumption, delivery of energy, I think that those are places where there should be focus. Because when you look at the spectrum of spend in communities, energy is a big portion of that. So anything that can make it more accessible, yes, and cheaper for people is key.
Okay. Upama, let me quickly come to you. So let's say in the next 24 months or 36 months, right? Based on the challenges that you see in your part of the development business, what partnership, and this is in the context of technology, what partnership would you like to see, to solve that problem, within your space? Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think one of the major things we're facing right now is meter integration between the app and the metering system. And what we've seen is, for example, one of our estates, there's a dredging going on around there. So I think the satellite with the dredging system, that operates with the dredging system, is currently affecting the meter. And that has ultimately now affected the integration between the meter and the app that is on that estate. It's not Benko, by the way. So, well, it's affecting the right now. And that has given the estate sort of like a setback in terms of people being able to access their meter. And as opposed, it's a smart meter, but they can't plug that in. Okay. So that means that we need a system where you can actually be abroad and you have your nanny at home and you can just click on that system and buy power without having to click on a meter. So metering system is something that we really, really need to see improve. Secondly, another thing is we recently had a situation where one of the nannies of one of the properties in our development was going out of the estate, and fortunately the app system was able to, when someone's leaving, they'll check the person through the app, and they were able to search the lady, and she had, I think it was about $300 to $500 with her, going with the madam's money and load, even with an iPhone. And that system was able to obviously help. So, but it was because they searched. So how do we integrate the app system in a way where, something that will integrate or include, personnel who are living on the estate to know that certain things are going out or certain things are, so those are sort of things that we're challenges we're facing with. So if those can be included in helping the system with digitalization, that would be perfect for us.
Venko, project idea. Yeah. Well, after the conversation, after
yes.
that. Okay, so Chijoke, so I'll come to it. So in terms of capabilities, right? What do you think we should be looking at, within the ecosystem? So whether talent, sourcing, whether financing, or just helping to accelerate a lot of some of the startups. What do you think is the critical, area in terms of capabilities, for helping digital communities here?
I would say community security and healthcare. I'll find a way to integrate the digital community to our healthcare system. Some of the estates we manage, especially those in Ikoyi, they have advanced age residents, people in their late 50s, 60s, 70s. Most of them, their children are not living with them. They live with either a nanny or a help who stays in the BQ. In case of emergency, you just need how you can link up to the nearest hospital in case you can't access the person's phone or something. You need an app that you can just use to contact the nearest hospital to send ambulance and specialists to come and take care of it. It will save a lot of life. Security, like I mentioned earlier, an estate wants to integrate panic alarm system in their system. And I asked a question, in case of emergency, and these guys come and ties up your security, who responds to the panic alarm? So we have to find a way to also get it. If it clicks, let it go to the nearest police station and let them come. Then also find a way to activate the CCTV. At least open up the CCTV to give the security guards or the police feed on what is happening inside the estates to help improve the security situation of that estate.
Okay, thank you. I mean, you've spoken from the capability point of infrastructure, which I think is something that really makes a lot of sense. So please, a round of applause for my panelists this morning. Thank you very, very much. And I think that will be the end of this first panel session. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. Please, let's take a group photo. All right, do we have any question or contribution? Does anybody have any questions or something they would like to add? All right. Okay. Please, one more time, put your hands together for our panelists. That was really, an insightful conversation from all our panelists from the first panel session. Before we go into the tea break and subsequently into the next panel session, I'd like us to jump right into the sponsors corner. Please join me to welcome one of our platinum sponsors, Number, represented by Mr. Abidemi Adeshoko. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes up to the stage. Put your hands together for Mr. Abidemi Adeshoko, one representative of one of our platinum sponsors, Number. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for Mr. Abidemi. Put your hands together for Mr. Abidemi. Thank you very much. Mic check. Mic check. Ladies and gentlemen, I have Mr. Abidemi here. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abidemi from Number, and I would just like to share some of our products, and especially as it affects this industry. So first, Number is a fully licensed digital bank in Nigeria, and we've been existing for about 8 years. So some of the security and like the other licenses that we have that makes us a trustworthy partner for you are like the ISO certifications, CBN licenses, and the DSS licenses. And this just speaks to our security stack. So for today, I want to talk about community banking and how we think about it. Many of us here today, we run estates, we develop some of these types of projects, and the key thing that we always need is financing. And how does that fit? What do we offer? So first off, we have an overdraft facility that helps you run your project. So let's say you're an estate, for instance, and you collect dues, but you've not yet got your estate members to make their contributions or pay some of the money that they need to pay, and you need funds to run. You are typically going to have access to this level of financing on Number that helps you continue with your project while you recoup your funds. Something else that we also have is that if you bank with Number today, your community is going to get 50% off your Venco subscription, which is another way to save money and put your money back to good use. So we also think about community growth, how you also manage your expenses. So on the Number dashboard, you can see where your money is going to, how you spend, and how you track all of that, so that you can advise the estate and make more informed decisions. So yes, to get access to some of these, our products and services as we have displayed up, you can come to our stand and we'll tell you a bit more about it. Something else I would also like to mention is in terms of financing of some of your key tools, like for instance, your meters. You know that in the estates, one of the ways you need to be able to accept or like receive your payments from the residents is being able to track how much electricity, how much water, and all of these types of resources that you are giving to them. And sometimes the cost of some of these things tends to be an issue, and it makes it a bit harder for things to run smoothly. So these types of financing, we also make it available. Yeah, and in terms of operations, I already mentioned that you can save up on your vehicle subscription up to 50%. And yeah, so that's pretty much it from us. You can catch us at the stand and share and come and ask a few questions if you have any, and we would be able to answer that and help you get onboarded. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abidemi from Number. Thank you very much. Right now, before we go on our tea break, I want us to do something. Please scan this particular brochure. Like I explained earlier to us that we're going to be playing some games, right? And it's digitalized, okay? Everything we're doing here is digital. And are we there? Are we there already for the REMA conference game? Please scan it, so I can also read some of the things, some of the instructions to us. Are we all there? Do we all have it? Please, let's give a response. Do we all have it? Yes, we do, right? So, of course, scan the QR code. Then second one is send hello message to the chat you are taking to. Have we all done that? Or are we doing that right now? So once you scan this QR code, it takes you to a chat. Yes or yes? No. Okay, please, can we have the QR code that takes them to the chat? There's a QR code that takes you to the chat. Is that happening right now? Okay. All right, so once you scan the QR code, it takes you to a chat. Send hello message to the chat that you're taking to. Then the third step is you follow the prompt and select a community. Select the REMA community. The thing you do is you select a property, REMA 2025. All right. Select the REMA community, then you select a property, REMA 2025. And after that, you share contact to see your personal QR code. You share contact to see your personal QR code. All right. So I'm just going to go through the instructions. The QR code is going to be displayed. So the instruction is, these are the instructions. First off, once the QR code is displayed, you scan the QR code, then you send hello, an hello message to the chat you are taking to after you have scanned the QR code. After which you follow the prompt and select a community. The community you see is REMA, R-E-M-A. Then you select a property, REMA 2025. After which you share contact to see your own personal QR code. After that, you show your QR code. You show your QR code to allow participants scan and download your contact card. Like I said earlier in the beginning of this conference, that this is not just a conference where we'll sit down to talk, and not do anything, right? We're meant to network. We're meant to meet each other. And of course, after now, the real work starts beyond these walls, all right? The real work starts beyond these walls. And so after you've shown your QR code to allow participants scan and download your contact card, the catch is that the more people scan your QR code, the higher you climb on the leaderboard and stand a chance to win a grand prize. So the idea of this game is for you to network with people. So the more people you show your QR code, the more they scan it, the higher you go on the leaderboard. And the winner, whoever tops the leaderboard, is going to be going home with a grand prize. All right. And also for me, I'm going to be adding a little bit of grand prize. That same winner is going to be going home with a brand new car key holder. Yes, car key holder. So please, once the QR code is up, you need to scan the QR code and follow the instructions as highlighted. All right, so I want us to do something while we're waiting for the QR code to be displayed, which is going to be displayed right now. So how many of us were born in Lagos? If you're born in Lagos, let me see hands up. If you were born in Lagos, let me see hands up. All right. So a few of us. All right. If you've been living in Lagos for 5 years, let me see hands up. 5 years. All right. Good. Now we're going to do something together. I want us to charge up the energy a little bit more. All right. So we're going to do A to Z of places in Lagos. Are we ready for it? Are we ready for it? All right. We're going to do A to Z of places in Lagos. So once I call letter A, you tell me a place in Lagos that starts with that letter, and we're going to go down to letter Z. Are we ready? Yes or yes, we're ready? All right. I know that we are scanning the QR code already. Thank you very much. Please keep scanning the QR code while we're doing this. All right. So give me a place in Lagos that starts with letter A. What do you say? Apapa, Alimosho. Good. A place in Lagos that starts with letter B. Badagry, Banana Island. Awesome. How about letter C? Coste. Everyone, what do you do for a living, sir? How about letter D? Let's Chokwemu, Dalemo. Sir, what do you do for a living? Letter E. Ekpe, Elegushi, Eleganza. Good. Letter F. Palomo, Fagba, Fadeyi. Letter G. Bagada. Awesome. Letter H. Alausa with the H factor. Alausa. Letter H. So nobody's gonna tell me letter H. What is it? Pardon?
Harris Drive.
Where's Harris Drive? VGC. Oh, okay, awesome. Letter I. Ikoyi, Idumota, Ikeja. All right, letter J. Jakonde, awesome. Letter K. K2, letter M. No, sorry, letter L. Mommy, I see you. I see you. Letter M. Mush, hey, representing. Letter N. Letter N. Wow. Newcastle, New Garage. Yes. Letter O. I hear what this one said though.
Odumagbo.
Where is Odumagbo? Where is Odumagbo? In Ikorodu? Only you would know this, sir. Only you would know it. All right. Osakwa, London. Yeah, Oshodi. Letter P. Pedro, Pangrove. All right. Letter Q. Somebody said Quilox. Who said Quilox? Who said Quilox? We listen, we don't even judge. Queen's Drive. All right. Letter R. Letter R. Randu Avenue. Yes. Letter S. Surulere, Satellite Town. Yes. Letter T. Tejo Show. Who said Takwabe? Who said Takwabe? Raise your hand up. You did go Takwabe. Where? All right. Letter U. What? Unilag. Under bridge Ikeda. Letter V. VGC. Victoria Island. Now here Wala goes up. Letter W. No, we don't. Yeah, letter W. What? Wolf. Who said Wolf? Who said Wolf? You said it. Give me your account details. What bank do you use? What bank do you use, sir? No. You're not using number. Nah. You're not using number. You're not using sterling. I'm not going to send money to you. All right. Letter X. If anybody knows letter X, I'm going to give the person money. Letter X. Songoted, though. Somebody say Songoted. Eh? What do you say?
X Garden.
Where do you work, sir? Come and talk to us. What do you do, sir? Where do you work?
Lagos State Development.
I knew it. No wonder. Wait, there's X Garden in Lagos. Where is it? Very close to Prangrove. You go don't work out all of these Lagos. So, all right. So you have won my money. I'm gonna be sending a sum of 100 naira to you. 100 naira. In case of when you want to send money to other banks, they will remove commission. So the 100 naira is for it. So yeah. All right. Letter Y. Yaba. Yeah, I was hearing Yaba left from somewhere around there. All right. Letter Z. That's one. Letter Z. Eh? Wow. Where's zone 2? Zone 2 police. I don't know. I know they go police station. I don't do it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for yourselves. All right, so we're going to be, have we all scanned the QR code? All right, so please, let's put the QR code back on the screen for them. All right, so community is not working. Oh, wow. So we're sorry about that. I'm sure they are fixing it in the back end. But while we're doing that, let me just go through the instructions again. Now that we've all scanned the QR code. Once you go to community, select product. Product is Rema 2025. And after the product, you scan, you get your personalized QR code. This is what you show to as many participants seated here as possible. So just go around. All right. So just go around and show people to scan your own QR code. You are sharing your contact with people. The more contacts you share, or the more people you share your contact with, the higher you go on the scoreboard, on the leaderboard. Whoever tops the leaderboard is going to go home with the grand prize. All right. So they are going to please put the QR code back on the screen. Please put the QR code back on the screen so that we can continue. All right. Is the QR code okay? So please let's try it again. Let's try it again now. Let's try it again. All right. Are we doing that? All right. So I'm just gonna go around. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna go around and ask people what your experience has been so far. What has stood out for you, or what have you learned so far, especially from the first panel session? And I'm gonna start with you. What have you learned from the panel session, for the first panel session?
Okay, very quickly, I think I have to be on par with some of the submissions of the MD haven't in the area of trying to give us insights on how to leverage the new inclusive and resilient ideas, how to connect Africa at large. Thank you.
All right. So please a round of applause for him. That was amazing. I'm gonna go. Okay, what have you learned so far from? Oh, you just came in. Okay. All right. Who was here? Who was here during the first panel session? Before we go into the next panel session, who was here during the first panel session? I know you were here during the first panel session, right? You were not here. Were you here during the first panel session? Yeah. So what did you learn from the panel session?
Yeah, the difficulty of integrating the meter to the application directly, so that we don't need to go to plug any device before loading meter. So
okay, that was amazing. One more person. Let me ask one more person what they learned. Sir, please, what did you learn from the first? Let me ask. What did you learn from the first panel session, sir?
I've learned so much. I'll just say it is clear that our world is moving to the digital age. And from the panel, we were able to see that power, especially for facility, is very important. And because everybody needs power. So they want to develop an app. In fact, there's an already app already that can help one to be able to manage power situations and other issues in the estate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Do we have difficulties with joining the community? Has it been resolved? All right, so we are currently working on it because this is a new device. We are currently working on it. So in about 10 to 30 minutes, it's going to be sorted out. Before the end of this second panel session, it's going to be sorted out. So that way we can continue with it. Right now, we're going to be going into the next panel session. And this panel session is about, hello? Mic check. Okay. This panel session is about cost optimization for multi-property portfolios. And this session dives into practical strategies for maximizing efficiency in real estate management. You know, this panel will be moderated by Duru Bond and their influence in the real estate world through social media. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the amazing, the delectable, the global, the international Mr. Duru Bond. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together as he comes to the stage. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. So I wasn't told I was going to introduce the other panelists, so I'm the one moderating it, but I have their names here, so I'll just call them out. We are here discussing how to efficiently manage multiple properties, so basically estates. Was it 3 days ago? I was with a developer. He has a new project coming up. And he took me to the old project to show me how, the quality of the work he has done, so that I could partner with him to sell the new one. And I saw how nice the estate is, and I asked him, are you the one managing this place? And the statement was, before Uncle, if you leave it for them, they feel manage them. So that was his statement, because I know that there has been this, will I say, protest in a lot of estates. Nobody wants external management. Everybody, the residents want to be the ones managing the estates themselves. So that's what our panelists are going to be talking about. How do we efficiently manage this so that we reduce this conflict among residents and facility managers? So joining me here, I have Mr. Sherif Daramola, the president of IFMA Nigeria chapter. IFMA is International Facility Managers Association. We have next up, I have Mr. Emma Yasin, the general manager of Provast Limited. So Provast manages some of Nigeria's most complex commercial and residential facilities. Next, we have Mr. Sulaimon Ijauba, the Regional General Services Coordinator, South of Jazz Bank PLC. And we have Miss Effie. Sorry, please, if I butcher the name, sorry. Miss Effie Awo Otieno, the Kenya lead of Venco Africa. Yeah, right.
Hi.
Okay. And then we have Mr. Bukumi Ajiboye, the co-founder of BAMFI. So welcome everybody. So I'm going to ask a general question first, and then I'll ask each person individually. Like I've already mentioned, the reason why we're here, we're trying to understand how we can manage costs, in estates. So my first question is, this for anybody from a professional perspective, what do you think are the biggest cost drivers in managing multi-property portfolios today? And what are the most realistic levers for optimizing costs without compromising service quality? I don't know who wants to take that first. Please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, once again. My name is Sherif Daramola, the president for the Facility Management Association, IFMA, Nigerian chapter. As a brief of introduction, the association has been in Nigeria for about 3 decades. And our core areas of are in training, advocacy on the facility management. Without too much further, talking about costs, the huge cost in managing multifaceted estates. Talks about energy. Energy is currently huge in those costs. But how can energy be optimized we're looking at efficiency. How do you mean? In the recent urban community, 4 innovations that drives urban communities are the lighting, the transportation, the easy way of communication. But in all, we have the energy component of it. So energy is huge when it comes to managing a community. But how do we scale this energy? Is by having a renewable solutions to these energy components. The constructions of the urban communities should have an enabling environment in such a way that renewable energy can be injected into it in terms of solar, in terms of LIB, in terms of grid also, which forms an hybrid solution for power supply. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad you mentioned something about solar, because I was house hunting for some time, and one of the criteria, for the houses I was looking for was I didn't want anything that was serviced. I wanted to handle my servicing myself because of the ridiculous cost. Now there are some estates I saw that I liked. I wanted to stay in. Those serviced. I said, okay, let me provide my own solar, because where I'm currently staying, I have solar, the solar setup, but I was not allowed to incorporate it into the estate. They said it's not allowed. So now you're saying that one of the ways we can, optimize, estates like this is incorporating solar. But this is not just my experience. I've also heard it from other people. They are not allowed to bring in these renewable energy sources into the estate. So how do we balance this?
Wow. Yes, you're correct. There are multi-usage estates now, both for commercial and residential. But let me talk about the residential estates. You have a nice skyscraper building, and then you have about 38 units of such, definitely 38 family. How do you install solar panels for those 38? I get your question. Now, in estates, there must be a real intention, a deliberate intention to have a renewable energy from the onset. And most of the estates you are deliberating on now are those estates that have been built without consideration for renewable energy. Their focus has been on grid solutions. And no, there's a shift in terms of innovation. So it has to be intentional. I can tell you, take for instance, the Starling Towers on Marina. The body is being cladded with solar panels. Initially, you thought it's not going to be possible. So there are ways you can clad your building with solar, your carports with solar, and it's still going to generate the expected low load consumables, except for the high consumables, which has to be the elevators and others. But for low energy consumables, which you need essential, the solar can power it, and it has to be intentional for you to do that. Your carports, your rooftops, and solar panels are becoming smarter now. Unlike the big rectangular solar panels that you see, there are solar panels that comes in fiber. I was fortunate to be in one of these American countries, and then we're shown how solars can be smarter. It does a fiber and it generates the same wattage as we have in the bigger one. So things are getting smarter, including the batteries are getting smarter. And I guess that's why we're having this conversation of what we can do differently to what we are used to do. Thank you.
I don't know if anybody wants to contribute to that. How can we efficiently manage these estates, and how can we properly integrate renewable solutions into multi-family estates of the properties?
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having this panel. So I'd like to see or to respond to this question from a very basic point of view. So let me pick this hall as an example, because we're talking about, of course, in managing any built environment, one of the greatest cost driver is energy. And we're talking about optimizing costs. We may not be able to do that effectively except we look into the rudiments. So for example now, we have number of LEDs here to light up this place. If at the level of construction or design, we allow glass block, what that does is to allow natural light. The more natural light you have in this hall, the lesser number of energy you need to power to light up this place. That is actually where cost optimization started. It does not necessarily start after you have given back to the real estate product. You understand? So we should start that conversation at the very initial stage, which is the design stage. At that very material time, we can effectively optimize costs. So having said that, so what do we now need to do? Is about identifying critical load. Critical load, there are some places that you just have to put light. Equally at the design stage, for example, you will see some built environment as little as staircase is well built, and if there is no light, you cannot run through the staircase. Even when it's about maybe 5 p.m., the whole place is dark. So these are critical areas. So for me, cost optimization started at the very initial stage when you are going into design. You understand? So if we do not, put into consideration what are we actually designing, at the end of the day, I'll go to be able to achieve cost optimization. We will come back and be having the conversation and on like that. So it's very critical that at design stage, we have it at the back of our mind that we need to minimize cost. Because, at a time when the cost of diesel skyrocketed, you understand, the question goes back to the facility managers. You need to do something. You need to do something. You need to bring down the cost of energy. We might not be able to do magic overnight to bring down the cost of energy, except we look at the strategy of having a built environment that is less dependent on, let me use it, mechanical light. Rather, natural light is better. Thank you.
All right. So you're saying the first step to optimizing cost is in the construction phase. Now, to be honest, I've had a discussion because I also handle projects, right? And I've had a discussion with our architect. The issue there for me, I don't know if it makes sense to you, is like you said, you need to provide, the example you gave, you need to provide opportunity for natural light, right? And then he also talked about, he gave an example with the Sterling Bank building, incorporating solar around. Now, this is our cost. Now, as a developer, I'm thinking, do I want to bear all these costs, like adding more glass, putting, because, to create this kind of structures, it's capital intensive at the beginning, but over the lifespan of the building, it's cheaper. Now, as a developer, I'm thinking, since I'm building this thing to sell it to other people, do I want to incur this cost at the beginning, or just build it as efficiently as I can, and then let them handle, let them handle, this just me saying, I don't know if what I say makes sense.
I'm sorry, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't, because I'll say this. Obviously, the first level of costs come as a result of construction. I believe that is where most of the innovation should actually be going to place.
No, I'm not arguing with that.
Yeah, I agree. But it doesn't necessarily have to be expensive innovation. Like some of the things you just mentioned are very, very key, like ensuring that there's natural light and stuff like that. But from our data, particularly we that see how facilities are actually being run, is that our data tells us that there's a lot more costs going into plumbing, right? Going into plumbing fixes, post-construction, and also going into cooling as well, right? You find that a lot of these glass buildings that are actually being built, you spend a lot more money installing VRF units, VRV units, which are cooling units. As such, majority of the energy actually goes into that. So if you were innovating to actually be able to capture the way our climate is designed, not by nature, right? As opposed to creating buildings that are necessarily just trying to look like we are foreign, but actually being efficient to our climate, one, efficient to our materials that we use, two, efficient post-construction value, which means that you're installing plumbing materials and light fittings actually can last longer. All those post-construction costs, right, would naturally be evaded when more buildings are being built, because then you have more people spending less money on construction
on post-construction, actually investing into more projects. So that is the dichotomy.
That way to look at it.
That is the dichotomy in the whole process of just leaving everything to the end consumer to maintain. As a facility manager, we see our clients, we see how much they spend on POs and trying to fix buildings, right? There are buildings where the entire HVAC systems need to be replaced after 3 years. Why? Because at initial phase, like you mentioned, they were trying to go for cost efficiency at the construction phase, not necessarily cost longevity or building longevity. I'm not even saying they should go ahead and build something extremely quality, but innovating the right path that allows the maintenance process be a lot more defined, not just by replacement value in terms of just replacing stuff, but facilities management has to become an innovative center as well for the entire real estate body to actually move forward. Facility management can't just be fix. It has to be, how do we ensure that the built environment functions in a way that allows productivity happen all the time, as opposed to just being, okay, where's the cleaner? Where's it that? Because that's what we have reduced the African facilities management industry to, by virtue of the fact that construction projects aren't thinking about how they would be maintained over the longer period. I'm sure like my August industry will probably say the same thing, because they see how we have been reduced to just fixing stuff as opposed to innovating as to how we're supposed to actually maintain the buildings and obviously give more value to people who actually dwell in these buildings and use buildings on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yasin, do you want to add something?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Imad Yassin, Probus Limited. So I'm a facility manager, and most of the time we're being flogged for the crimes of other people. And I'm happy that there are developers here, the construction companies as well involved in this event. The root of the problem has been hit by all of the co-panelists, in the sense that at the construction phase, there's no collaboration between FM companies and the construction firms. And that's the problem there. Your solution is collaborate. But in this environment, it's very difficult for you to collaborate easily if you don't force your way into that collaboration process. I'm glad there's IFMA here present. I'm glad there are other construction companies who are representing different bodies from the government. You have to have that collaboration. You have to do it by force or by kindness. You must have that. How do I mean? You create a sense of codes, guidelines for constructions. Construction companies need to keep into cognizance where facility management comes on board. It's not just about the ultimate drive, which is make profit, sell this building, we're done, hand it over to the FM company, and then we get beaten up and down because of the inefficiencies there. Energy is a major problem, and that's because during the construction, it's about supply the pump, install it. We don't care if it's energy efficient. Put in the lights, as he's mentioned, it's not energy efficient, it's not functional, it's not operational, it's not environmentally friendly. There's no collaboration. There has to be a collaboration between the FM companies and the construction and development sector.
That's clear. So we have now gone back to the government, because I believe it's only the government that can force that collaboration. When they are creating codes, okay, this is how we want the industry to play. But trying to carry out this kind of project, we need these people, this set of people to partner before we can give you necessary approvals to go ahead. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah.
Yes, it does. But let me just add, the government is already involved in a lot of developments and maintenance, post-construction maintenance. So they are very much aware. But they like to keep that FM knowledge within their own sector. So they want to do the maintenance after the construction is done. But they've been to our facilities, they've been to all our facilities, and they see how people are living and how commercial buildings are functioning. And they know that it makes better sense when they hand it over to a proper FM company, not an in-house FM company. Another issue is also with commercial buildings or companies that have established themselves in the market. They tend to do the FM themselves, and then they hit a lot of roadblocks along the way. So it's important that whether you have an existing building or an old building, you have to have an involvement of the expert people at some point, before, during, or after.
The representative of Jazz Bank, sorry, let me just get your name. Mr. Suleiman. So from your bank, are there any standards you people have incorporated across your branches that those of us in the beauty industry can learn from? Because you people you build, it's more for business. So I believe most of these things are incorporated before your buildings are carried out. So unlike us residential, those regular developers that don't want to be for profit. So are there any lessons we can learn from you, from your from how you people carry out your own function?
Okay, thank you very much. So let me start in a funny way. When you have a vendor to do a job for you, the moment they hear bank, they want to multiply the costs. You understand? But you guys have money. But the truth of the matter, we're just custodian of fund. It's not our money. It's customers' money. So we're just custodian of fund. So what does that mean? The very first song you sing, somebody who is managing, built environment for financial institution is costs, costs, costs. And one of the ways we do that is, number one, I've talked about energy. And one of the things we are doing right now is moving to solar, you understand? So data is actually very, very important. Identify 20 branches. Why is it that these 20 branches are the ones that we pay about the highest cost when it comes to energy? So this is actually where we start installing the solar system. So we start the solution from the worst end. So by installing the solar system. And the volume, the capacity of the solar system we are doing is such that it should be able to significantly reduce the cost of energy. So that's one of the things we have done. So equally, there's something we call a sort of centralization, which is economics of scale. So for example, if a branch could have as much as 15 AC units, and maybe at a point you need to change the entire AC system, 15 per branch, multiplied by 40 of them. That's actually a huge number. So what we do is to have a vendor to supply that so that we can have reasonable discount from the huge equipment that will be supplied. So we're talking about centralization here. Also vendor management. Talk about the cleaning company, talk about the security company. Instead of you having a lot of vendors on your list, what you can simply do is to have one single vendor that has the capacity across states. So all you need to do is what? Maybe one or two vendors can serve the whole of your branches nationwide. You understand? At the end of the headache of talking to multiple vendors, signing SLAs and all of this, you have drastically reduced that because you are doing a sort of centralization of some of your things. And importantly, what is it called? Technology is actually very key. Sitting down here, I monitor the load on the inverter system in the server room by technology, using mobile application on my phone, you understand? So that tells you that technology has equally added a lot, helping us to optimize cost.
Thank you. So, I actually deviated from what I have here, but, with the discussion we have had, you have answered most of the questions here. But let me ask Mr. Yassin this. From experience, where do most inefficiencies hide? Now, we have agreed that the first port of call is in the construction phase itself. But now, post-construction, where will you say most inefficiencies hide? Is it energy, maintenance, vendor contracts, or staffing models?
Well, the easy question, the easy answer is the energy. But when you do a deeper dive into where inefficiencies come from, and it's all across, it cuts all across. We are not just focusing on energy optimization. We're not just patching up the problem by solving what has already been done and putting solar energy as an alternative. We're saying, how do we also monitor them with humans, not just AI or technology? And I think the best way we can do that is by having standards and procedures, proper procedures put in place. So in our company, what we've done is we'll focus a lot on the manpower that are operating and managing the operations of the already existing infrastructure or installations that were already done. So it means there's a lot of training that's going to be done. It's going to be sort of on-hand exposure, one-on-one conversations with the staff. I go as low as doing the interviews for the staff myself. I don't wait for HR to do the interviews. I interview them myself. I make sure that they fit the role that they need to work in. They have to come from a certain background and they have to have a certain amount of knowledge. The staff are also giving guidelines and procedures. They don't develop them themselves. They are developed already by the company. And this is through experience, through past failures. You put them up, you set them up, set your SOPs, and give it to them. And now, even though you've done so, there's always going to be issues that come up on a daily basis. What we've done is having that relationship with the staff. I mean, the lower level staff, the tradesmen, the skilled crafts guys, electricians and plumbers and engineers as well. We meet on a monthly basis. This is other than the usual reporting that you get. On a monthly basis, I want to sit down with my staff, have a one-on-one from leader to foot soldier on the ground, giving me all the challenges that they're facing. Typically, you'll have staff who are afraid to meet the top management. They're afraid to speak out. They're afraid to pinpoint where the problems are because they feel that they will be sanctioned one way or the other. We don't do that. So we inculcated the incentive stroke consequence management system, more of incentives method where you want people to speak up because they are your eyes and ears on the ground. They know what's going on and they guide you to what you need to do to perfect your the service that you're delivering.
Yeah, thank you. So our time is up, but let me just ask just two more questions. So this is for Mr. Sheriff. He said, what are the most overlooked facility management practices that can yield measurable cost savings if done consistently? Overlooked facility management practices.
The overlooked facility management practices, which based on IFMA, if you look at the SDGs are 17. And education is very, very important, quality education. Now, we realize that there are smart technologies, innovations coming up. Are there manpower to drive these smart technologies? That is very scarce now. So as we go, we should be able to train and retrain. I like what Yasin said. Inclusion of the facility managers at the design concept is very, very important. It saves a lot of cost at the long run. Let me add a bit of story along the line. Lagos State government is building skyscrapers now. If you're familiar with mainlands along Alapere, on the left-hand side, there's a new development by Lagos State government. And as a facility manager, I paid a visit to see what exactly is going on. And I saw a centralized gas system. I saw a centralized utility system. That was the first time I'm going to see such in Lagos State government properties. The gas is being centralized from the ground floor to the topmost floor. So you can just tap in, rather than bringing in your own gas bottles individually. So you can just tap into that. Then there's also a metering system. But there's other thing we overlook, a bit of digression. When it talks about beyond buildings, we talk about infrastructures for communications. I was able to manage an estate, I think the largest estate in Lagos at some point in time. And I noticed that the fiber infrastructures were not there. So what do? We have to divide this into 4 segments, but it was not sustainable. So this is a call for new estates coming up to have an infrastructure that is central, is save cost in terms of maintenance, in terms of management, in terms of sustainable. Another thing we overlook is our environment, the climate change. And it's very important that we have greens around every infrastructure that is coming up. I've seen infrastructure coming up, we don't pay attention to that. And the repercussion is our health. And it goes down to our health. So if we are living in an environment, we should be conscious of the environment in terms of wellness, and then we should be able to train ourselves to meet up to the innovations that is driving the built environment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So let me ask Bukumi the last question. So how does a unified computerized maintenance management system help large operators centralize management, schedule preventive maintenance, and monitor performance metrics in real time?
So, like everybody has mentioned, right, there are certain things that that cuts across every FM process. The FM industry alone is a billion-dollar industry. right now is more passive in Africa, because passive in Nigeria particularly, because we don't have a centralized culture. But one thing that we offer at Map5 particularly is that we add policy as our driving force in our ability to create software, because that allows our customers, like any of these people that actually manage vast amounts of property, to be able to see incentively every single cost saving they are actually saving on in every single department that they offer, being procurements, being the workmen, be the diesel management, being the procurement of every single thing, being just their delivery process and the customer satisfaction. When you have all those elements being shown to you in real time, it gives you a full view, a scorecard on actually whether or not you're performing in the industry, that we translates directly to value for your customer. So essentially, that way, when you're able to manage all your facilities that way, you can even scale further and possibly even go retail, meaning that you are able to provide a wider service to more people without having to sign contracts, right? Because then you're able to manage estates without on-demand services and whatnot, because you already created a service within yourself that is already predefined and high and is policy guided in a way that you're not going out of the blue to provide services that you don't already provide. So that's one way that we are able to. That is how all those things just mentioned can come together to actually help MFM companies using platforms like ours to be able to be more efficient.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't know if I have time to take questions from the public, from the audience. Can I? Can I? Okay, that should be the Kenya, Kenya report bank. So we should wait for the person joining virtually.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for the talk. I think one of the aspects of FM that has been overlooked in the subject of optimization this structure, this facility that has been built with everything that it has inside. And people wake up to say, you know what, want to go solar. They put a lot of solar without considering, what is the capacity, what's our load currently in this space, and that solar would not just automatically make the cost. So what is happening is that people are putting solar in an existing property that did not have the consideration for the management aspect of it, and they still run diesel, right? They still run your generator, they still run all that, because, I think on the long run, what we should be looking at and what I think the panelists should address is how do people know how to manage their power, so from management of the power, then you can go towards, reading the data, counting it. Like they said, if you can't count it, it doesn't count. So before you slap solar panels into an existing structure, like one of the banks that you mentioned, another, sad to say, it wasn't a very wise decision they did, because you can clad your whole building with solar panels. You are not considering the direction of the sunlight. You are not considering a lot of things, and you still have heavy equipment like your lift system, your ACs are still heavy, and you think solar would take all that. Solar won't take all that. You have to go back to how to reduce your energy, your devices and everything. So please speak to that. Thank you very much.
Occupying this place and you're running generator, you start complaining of you're consuming a lot of diesel because you have a bigger generator serving lesser capacity or need. So the same thing goes for your solar. You understand? So you must do power audit to actually ask or help you to answer the question, the capacity of solar system you need to deploy. There's something that is equally very critical when it comes to, because you will integrate both your solar and then public power supply. You look at the off-peak period. There was something I was doing when I was managing a high-rise building at VI, because I understand that the cost from public power, the rate at which they charge you between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. is actually different from the rate they charge you when it is off-peak period. So you just to install a timer to run your heavy equipment at off-peak period, so you pay less. So these are some of the things we need to do. I think somebody just mentioned it. You need to downsize or change and have more energy-friendly equipment. You should begin to trade your regular AC for inverter AC. So at the end of the day, you are not just throwing in solar system, but you have done the needful. You have changed your the bulb to LED. What is it called? You have installed the inverter AC, and even some of the equipment you are purchasing now, you begin to look at the energy rating. Are they 3-star rating? Are they 5-star rating? So when you look at some of these things, that helps you to maximize the cost of solar. So at the end of the day, you are actually maximizing cost, optimizing cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's look at the maintenance economy. We talk about equipment purchase, low energy ratings, get your design right. But all these equipments have a life cycle. Definitely, they will get bad. You have to trash them. In disposing them, there are values to it. And that what comes to circular economy. You purchase, you reuse, you repair. So it's not just about purchase alone. It's about what comes after the life cycle of such equipment. There are values to it. There are scraps to it. So when you are procuring an equipment, also consider the environment where the equipment is going to be used. We talk about LED. There are so many star energies rated. There comes a low energy consumptions, but they also give the power that you require. So in a nutshell, your procurement must be deliberate about the kind of equipment you are going to purchase and the energy consumption of such equipment. It mentioned about using your utility at very low period. For instance, if you are managing a multi-floors and you have a water tank at the top, you can fill in the water tank in the evening. It will serve you throughout the peak period. Then you renew again at the evening. So you have to manage your energy consumptions. You have to ensure that you purchase wisely. You have to ensure that when you are disposing, it has value for what you are disposing. Thank you.
Do you want to add something?
Yeah. Well, in summary, what they're all telling you is do a thorough study before you try to compete with your neighbor. Do a thorough study, get someone who knows the business, get someone else who knows the business, get someone else who knows the business, get 3 opinions. Don't just seek one person who's just out to make money or try and sell you an idea because you look good at it. Do a thorough study. You talked about all three of my colleagues here have mentioned the same thing. Know what you're doing before you do anything. Because everybody wants to sell you, and then you're left with that burden.
Yeah, thank you. So, this is the point where Ms. Effie will just help us conclude, because it's similar to what I was supposed to ask her. So, Ms. Effie, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. So, Ms. Effie, so you're saying, given that energy remains one of the highest cost drivers in many estates and commercial properties, how can technology such as smart meters and IoT sensors for tracking energy and diesel usage support more efficient cost control and sustainability? And can you share examples of how data-driven insights from Venco platform have helped operators identify waste, optimize energy use, or improve maintenance planning? Did you get it?
Yeah, I got your question loud and clear. And it's true, energy is one of the most driving factors within estate. And I won't just talk about energy. We look at it in terms of utilities. So we have energy, water, and any other utilities. Other costs will be constant, like service charge, fixed charge, and among others. So we look at solving this in terms of the post-construction now. Once how residents survive, or how they ensure that they have data back of their mind on how they can get conscious on how they spend their energy. So number one, there's the element of smart meters. Of course, as Venco, we are a utility company, not just a utility company, but a property management technology company. So we look also into how people can efficiently use data as well as smart meters to make driven or information or decisions that are data driven. I like the fact that one person within the audience talked about data, because yes, we know we need to install solar, we know we need to consider sustainable construction, but also data is important. So number one, there's the use of smart meters. Smart meters are very essential in terms of providing you with insights or data in terms of how you spend. You can get graphs or information or dashboards on how you use it monthly, or your energy or water monthly. And then there's the element of now IoT devices. So Venco is now coming up with something called smart IoT sensors. So how they work is, first of all, these sensors are installed onto the generators of the estate. So the generators or the power feeds of estates. And then now, once it has been installed there, they now get sensors to, the data will now flow into the back end of Venco. And then what this means is now we'll get information on how people have been spending their power in terms of voltage, how it has been fluctuating. Of course, there are this issue of generator inefficiency that I've had being mentioned all over and all over again. The sensors can also be able to detect the uptime and downtime of these power supplies. So it's easier for people to detect if there are inefficiencies in terms of usage of energy. Then there's also the element of voltage. If the voltages are high or low, or the supply time is also very important. So when you have this information, ideally you get a full picture of how you spend. And data is also very important, because now it helps in planning. You have information of how you spend, you have information of where inefficiencies are coming in. And this is where also facility management comes in fully, because if the inefficiency is coming from your generator, you have now a solution from energy sensors or smart meters on how you can now solve the issues. And then you can also get information or data on total consumption from all sources. So maybe you're on a hybrid solution where you mix power from probably EKDC and generator, and maybe you're also using solar. You can also be able to gauge now, because you have sensors already installed in place to gauge how you're consuming. And also this is also very important, because now you are able to now get into a point where you want to look into efficiency. I use a lot of diesel on generator. Now I need to probably switch into solar for some time or things like that. So it's in a way helping to make informed decision through the use of smart meters or IoT sensors. And then the other good thing about this is, apart from just having those information, there's the automated reports that come from IoT sensors or data. So the automated reports will also help you gauge like how you've been performing monthly. I'll just give an example of an estate here in Nairobi. As I jump into the issue of efficiency, we have an estate called Stima Village. By the way, Stima means power here in Kenya. So this estate, we installed smart water meters, and I'll just give from an example. By the time we did the installation of smart water meters, they were incurring costs of around 150,000 Kenya shillings. That will translate to around 1.5 million per month on electricity. So water and electricity both combined, they are pumping, they're using smart water meters, and the solution is also helping them on water, because now they are getting into a situation where the cost that they were using to pump their borehole is now reducing, because now also residents get alerted that it's now getting efficient. I need to spend less, or I need to use a little bit of water apart from as opposed to how I was spending before. So I'll just say, looking at this just from data perspective, smart meters, the IoT sensors, and data in general helps in like creating that awareness, or just having information on how you can also optimize cost when managing your estates. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our time here. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our panelists. Please put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for them. Thank you very much. Right now, they'll be having a photo session. Can we please have Mr. Chude on the stage as well to take pictures with the panelists? Mr. Chude, please, we need you on the stage. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the panelists. That was some insightful conversation from this second panel session. All right, we're going to be going on break right about now. But before that, can we please display the WhatsApp QR code on the screen so that we can have a final rundown of this? So you can take the instruction one more time. Please let's have the QR code on the screen. So for those of us experiencing some sort of difficulty in joining the community, the reason is because we just registered this morning. So for those that registered before today, they are automatically part of the community. But I believe that is being sorted out now for those of us that don't register today. So if you still have difficulty registering or joining the community, please let me see hands up. Signify, okay. Say a few hands up. All right, so let's see. If you let's the QR, please don't have the QR code back to the screen. I believe it's sorted out, right? I'll have the QR code. Thank you very much. Once again, please put your hands together for our panel. Thank you. I'll have the QR code back to the screen. All right. So for those of us that are yet to scan the QR code, please do that right now, so I can make the instruction for the very last time before we go on the free break. All right. So let's scan. Thank you. All right, so begin the instruction as follows. Scan the QR code. Everyone have done that. Scan the QR code. Send hello message to the chat that I'll take it to. So the QR code leads you to the chat. In the chat, type hello. Then you get the prompt. Follow the prompt and select the community. The community you are selecting is REMA. REMA. If you were able to join the community, REMA community, let me see hand up. So no one is able to join the community. It's not showing the community at all. It's showing you're unable to join. All right. If you have been able to join, let me see hands up. If you have been able to join at all, let me see hands up. So as is to say, nobody's able to join, right? But they've been able to join. Okay. So because I want to see what is showing, so I can use that as a template for every other person. Property, Rev 2025. So type Rev 2025. Yeah, apparently we still have the same issue because he was able to join the community but unable to proceed to the property that is March 2025. I promised that we're going to sort that out before the end of the year. So right now, we're going to be going on a tea break, ladies and gentlemen. So please, our panelists, we want you to please remain seated. We're going to bring our refreshment to you. And for the other person, we're also going to be calling out the room after other office. This is the moment for you to go around and check the you know, get more information about the product and services, go around to people. So I want us to do something. I want us to step up for the tea break. I want us to do something. I want you to make sure to meet at least 5 different people that you don't know before now, before today. So make sure you meet at least 5 different people that you have not met before today. Take their name, what they do, have conversations. Like we said, these conversations we have, these networking sessions we have, it doesn't just stay here, you know, beyond these walls. The only way we can manage our community is beyond these walls. Not within these walls, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, right now we're going for tea break, and in 15 minutes we'll be back for the next session. Thank you very much.
I see you waiting. We all know it. You're waiting. We all know we are right to let you and to hate you. I still waiting. We all know waiting for life. Waiting for love. Yeah. Tell me why you dey hate on your brother? Why you dey stubborn for corner? And why you want push and forgot? Why you dey hate one another? Cause nowadays, every man for himself when the trouble come get run away. When holiday, you're supposed to stick with your brother and stick with your sister. So when I dey win, you dey win. Oh, I could be the leader, you be hero. We all dey find medicine, we go cure poverty for real. We are waiting. We are waiting. I'd rather congratulate you than to hate you. I still really see you waiting. We are waiting for life. Waiting for love. I'm waiting. You don't waste your time if you think say you beat for me. Yeah. No matter how you try, Baba God still there for me. You dey follow to they hear what. But one thing to the win, the good news be the sign for my motto. Now you know my logo. You dey follow to they hear what. But one thing to the win, the good news be the sign for my motto. Make you come take a photo. So when I dey win, you dey win. Oh, I could be the leader, you be hero. We all dey find medicine, we go cure poverty for real. I see you, I'm with, we all are winning. We all are winning. I'm glad I'm so glad.
Row by row. Just so we are more than about this. Let's do it row by row. The ushers are going to help us. Let's do it row by row. Row by. We don't have all the please let us do this row by row. Now, let's row by row. Now, what is usher to help us do this row by row? So after.
You do well, they know my story. More dogs to you. I be hustling to lost. From more dogs to you. You've been hustling to walk. Hey, you do well about my people, my people suffer. Them they pray for blessing. Yeah, my people them they pray for blessing, for better living. Yeah, the king of that. I am I do not show fall on that. I do not bow. She many this thing got me thinking of life. Oh, I can't explain. I can't explain. Yeah. Are you feeling good tonight? This thing got me thinking of life. I can't explain. I can't explain. I say, even wherever they know my food. For more dogs to be back. I be hustling to walk. Say, about be and speed. For more dogs to be. You been hustling to walk. See, but you shot. What I actually want to do, but you what? I can't afford shot. But I actually want you what you want you I am feeling good tonight. This thing got me thinking of life. I can't explain it. I can't explain it. I didn't know that's for me. Say I never go distance. I hope that you are well. I hope you're my girl. Every day I pray for you. Make my God bless you. I never forget you. I won't forget you. See my shoulder. Make you rest on me. You know I got you. Let me be your friend indeed. Money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. You know go so far. It's anything I get now from me and you. Yeah. How are you? Friend? How do you do, my friend? Oh, sometimes it feels like nobody sent you. That's what I wait for you. I feel. Oh, my friend. How do you do, my friend? Oh, sometimes it feels like nobody sent you. That's what I wait for you. My friend. Oh, Remy, tata. You always stay in my mind. I did me gone. Cherish you with my life. Don't worry yourself, oh. Everything go day alright. And if anybody try you, know it's gonna be on sight. See my shoulder. Make you stop from me. No, I got you. Me be your friend in need. I'm on money, don't show now. Don't give some for you. We don't go so far. Who's anything I get now for me and you? Yeah. How are you? How do you do, my friend? Oh, sometimes you make me say, oh, nobody said you try for me. How are you? Oh, sometimes you realize.
Yeah. Now which kind of life where I never see? I carry God so I fear not. Steady increase in the command. Original no be parody. You know fit clear for your memory. Whether now winter or summer. Papa don't stop now. Living life, see my fire burning bright within day. Check and balance everything inside me. Oh, friendly and cautious. I'm allergic to succus. I'm not ready for confusion. They're telling me make I show love. Stability on gonna. Everything a connection. I'm not ready for confusion. Things happen inside life. Brother to make I live my life. Dreams come true. If not by the fight, make you no go tired. They go. Fire, they go. You need to put your body and soul. If your worries were wrong, I don't stop now. Living life, in my fire, burning bright. Within days, I think. Molly way, mighty, then your bando, I color. Fully move fight, check and balance. Everything inside my mind daily. Trust me, you can't fool me. Then we don't for friendly and conscious. I'm allergic to succus. I'm not ready for confusion. They're telling me make I show love. Stability on gonna. Everything in connection. Sabi you know they too like to. Animals stay in human form. Body man nobody like fuck. But you must hustle if you want to. If no finish, they won't fight us. If them they run, them no fit catch up. I know they form say I too righteous. So for them they do like us. You know get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Come my mind on my mind. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my kind of yeah, what they want telling me. Good in my fantasy. What they check if my daddy go wrong. But it rush well, it be much. Now gotta make my daddy the rush. The kind money with us. Yeah, it rush well, it be much. But behind everybody they crush. There's no darling with us. You fool me jack butter, I dey go Ghana. You never thought you dey from papa. Which kind of money we never see before. Cause hello me, got me feeling I'm the one. Ajay. I never take my cake away. Ajay, you can't come my place. I just did my lane. You know get it. It's like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my kind of what they want. Cooking on my fantasy. What they check if my daddy go wrong. But it don't spread well, it be much. Now gotta make my daddy the rush. The kind money we got. Yeah. It rush well, it be much. But behind everybody the crush. There's no darling with us. Okay, all of them don't notice. I'm not joking. All my guys, them know me. And so six, I've been writing this story. I know the OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, only know me low. Music shows me, just know this and know this. I dey low key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wine for me slowly. I'm never weak, I never cease. Till eternity, I'm on fire. A legacy will not die. My family is for life. Them get, with them peace. And go place, and go die. Them go say, them don't know. Let's this song. No be, I'm not joking. No my guys, them go be. So serious, I've been writing this world. Not be okay, but if you ask them know me.
Back time to take over. You don't think that how we do. Down to Lucifer. I got to follow pastor to be from up. Father, the Father. Say me I don't busy my follow. I won't focus on you. I'm God. Away. And you know it. Oh, Lord. Away. Oh, yeah, that's just I get good. I come first. I talk first. Plenty up. Plenty noise. Plenty people. Oh, I get good. I come first. I talk first. Plenty up. Plenty noise. Plenty people. Ah, hey God, make a follow. This one what is the cost? I do want to ball. I do want to turn on. Hey God, make a follow. This one what is the cost? I do want to ball. I do want to turn on. Dear Father in heaven, sometimes I got your blessing. They take show for face. It be like the time. Judge for club, teach for blood, land for bottle. Make the low man. And it's over. Oh, love of us. Away. Oh, yeah, I get good. I go first. I don't bust. Plenty dog, plenty noise, plenty people. Oh, God. Get good. I come first. I come first. Plenty dog, plenty noise, plenty people. Hey, God, make a ball. So what is the cost? I do want to ball. I do want to turn. Hey, God, make a ball. So what is the cost? Akere kisiri bugaga muchipa. Samulala tadara ikutwa. Degi. Samulala tadara ikutwa. Degi. Away. Take me away, take me away, take me far, take me away. Right now, since lockdown, but you think when you're not 10,000, no white now, right now, no doubt cow, right now, the way I'm feeling right now, mad over you like run town. Telling me to calm down. 10 years I never gone down. When they see me, them I frown. But when them girls see me, them I go down. Shout out to the sound. Champion. Bella right now. Right now. 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 Samulala tadara ikutwa. Samulala tadara ikutwa. Samulala tadara ikutwa. Samulala tadara ikutwa. Angkas jobos ikutwa. Samulala tadara ikutwa. Samulala tadara ikutwa. Samulala tadara ikutwa. Wow, I get it.
This is the bro, you don't suck. You act up, and we don't suck. When we turn on, you can feel it for your face and you can't talk. In the back shot, and I'm up back up. Once part of your love, I got love. I was too fresh. That's tight clothes. Almost wore down, have I never tight clothes. I ain't on my desk, and I'm over tight clothes. Too hard, and the money don't know. And then my friend, I see what's about to. Over to good food, I'm gonna have to go. Enough, never get my tire on. I ain't giving the money to make community over our attack after the look at another. this needs to yeah, no stress. Only success. So I can't let I the reckless and your girl and them for the helpless. So I thought hard and everything said, you can get private, I got on my language, put on in the egg, what is the other client is? When I step out, come back to the your thing. Send the other book, baby, I can't wait.
Nina only time to be time away. She go 16 look up for the 9 your body steady banging, big top body pump, you whine me. I'm a lead. Go 16 look up for the 90. See your body steady banging, get it 50.
have our seats. We're going to be going into the sponsors corner right about now. I would like to have people seated on their seats right now. Please, let's have our seats. Let's have our seats before we go into the sponsors corner and subsequently into the next panel session. Please, let's have our seat. Thank you very much. Right now, I would like to introduce our next sponsor. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please put your hands together for one of our sponsors from Provast. Please, a round of applause for the representative from Provast. A round of applause for them as they come to this stage for their short address. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you very much. And we have a representative from Provast. Please come forward. And kindly, let's have our seats so we can continue with the remaining of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as a welcome to the stage on the representative from Provast. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes forward. A round of applause for him. A round of applause for him. Please, let's have our seats so we can be a part of this together. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, my name is Imad Yassin. I'm the General Manager for Provast Limited. Some of you may have heard of me before. If you are new to the industry, then you're just getting to know me. Provast is a facility maintenance company that's 28 years old. We've been in the industry for a very long time, but we've been quietly working in the background. We're a facility management company that's now integrated into property management, project management as well. Our portfolio is basically high-end, middle-level estates and service providers that we work with. We're growing. We're based in Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Enugu. We've done some work up north as well. But basically, we have our own technical team. What makes us stand out from other FM companies is that our technical staff are trained within the company. We work with a vocational college that provides us with graduates within the electrical, mechanical field. I'm talking about plumbing, electrical, masonry, that people learn on the side of the road. But basically, we do it in a proper way. And because of that power we have, it allows us to not do repeat jobs. It allows us to cost effectively, to manage our bills, manage the bills of our customers and our clients. And now we've gradually progressed to project management, taking in small construction work, civil engineering work, MEPs, HVAC, you name it, we're working in that. We've recently taken over the National Theatre. The National Theatre is now known as Wole Soyinka Center for the Creative Arts. Part of a number of other facility management companies, we were able to scale through the bidding process because we got involved in the construction work itself. So that's a major landmark for us. We're gradually trying to go into the sectors where the government's also involved, because there's a lot of investment where the government is working. And mainly, it's basically facility management the same way you know it, but we do it in a different way. We try and really figure out what the customer is concerned about, and we try and focus on that particular problem that they have. Facility management is broad, right? You can't just ask me if and how I provide the service for you. I will need to study who you are. I need to know what are your problems, what are your challenges, and then we can then proffer solutions for you. So as I mentioned earlier, there is a need for data collection and knowing who your customer is. Having that relationship from the beginning to the end. We tend to keep our customers. So we're always thinking about long-term relationship with our customers. Our staff have been with us for 15 years. Our estates have been with us for 15 years. So we're proud of that. If you have any questions regarding facility management or any other sector related to facility management, project management, MEPs, or even installation, supply installation, I'm more than ready to listen to your conversations and see how we can work together now and in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That was Provost. So please do check their exhibition booth to get more offers on their services. Thank you very much. Right now, I'm going to be introducing the next sponsor to come and speak. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for a representative from Sterling Bank. Please a round of applause for a representative from Sterling Bank as they come forward to speak about their products and services. Thank you very much. That the QR code for the WhatsApp community is not working, right? So we're going to have to do it manually, right? We're going to have to do it manually. So here's how we're going to do it. Whoever has the most number of connections with people, whoever has the most number of networking or contacts shared with people. Okay. All right. So right about now, while we're waiting for Sterling to come on stage, I would like to introduce Ape Man right now. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Ape Man as he comes on stage right now. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I was trying to confirm whether I said IFMA or IPMAN, so I won't appear for the organization I didn't represent. So he said it's IFMA. So we are not IPMAN, we are IFMA. We are International Facility Management Association. And on the last panel was the current president of that association. And for those that were here, he did mention that we've been around for over 2.5 decades. So by way of introduction, my name is Segun Adebayo. I was once privileged to be the president of that association. I was the 13th president from 2020 to 2022. So my job is to speak about the collaboration between Benco and IFMA. And because we are forward-looking association, we are open to collaboration of this nature, not to only drive growth in the built environment, but to also enhance productivity with impact. So about 3 weeks ago, we were privileged to have the first engagement with Benco, the Council of IFMA under the leadership of Engineer Sherif Daramola, and the CEO of Benco. It was quite an insightful and very productive engagement. And right there and then, IFMA did not only endorse this conference, IFMA also pledged to be part of subsequent conference of this nature across Africa. So as a global body, we don't only have our inroads in Nigeria, we're also in Ghana, the different chapter, we're in Rwanda, and we're also in Uganda. So one of the collaborative journey would be for us to follow through with Benco to further strengthen their establishment in Kenya. Sometimes in August this year, IFMA was able to host the Global World to the first of its kind global conference in Lagos, Nigeria, second in Africa. And from that conversation, we realized that it's important for us to not only accelerate collaboration, but also be a bit aggressive and strategic about it. And that's giving birth to our collaboration with Benco, effective immediately after this conference. And one of the critical things we'll be doing is to create value in that FM ecosystem. IFMA stands for advocacy, capacity building, and engagement. But we've also come to realize the fact that human capital, which is one of the core competencies of Facility Management Association from a global perspective, is critical to every success of what we do in that space. And by virtue of our own tradition, we've been able to create value and path for some special students within that industry. And that's what will be taking us and Benco to do two things at the same time. First is to collaborate with Benco around research and development with University of Lagos, leveraging on digital and technology. Second is also to work with Benco and IFMA to further drive our establishment with government technical colleges. If you are familiar with that sector in Lagos, Lagos has 5 government technical colleges. And for over 20 years now, we've been working with them to grow knowledge in that sector. Research or findings have shown, and I stand to be corrected, some of those students in that technical student has some complex challenges. And we felt that not only that they are the future, we believe that we should also grow their self-esteem. So in this case, IFMA and Benco will be starting a digital incubation knowledge center. Digital incubation knowledge center. I think you should clap. Because this is not going to be life-changing, it will also be enhancing the capacity of FM. Now, in those schools, we have students who studied different topics, subjects, courses, as the case may be. And I think I heard one of our panelists speaking to human capital and getting things done. I also heard one of the data analysts speaking about the cost of managing a facility post-construction centered around plumbing. So for us, we are proactive enough to know that a plumber that is undergoing technical capacity will also need to understand some level of digitalization. An electrician that is also in that school or HVAC guy in that school will also need to understand digitalization. So we're going to be narrowing down to those guys studying those courses that we add value to FM ecosystem or real estate management, as the case may be. And in this case, we're providing them with a 3 months exposure to digital facilities management. So they'll be moving from analog to digital. That will not only help them to enhance their own knowledge, they will also be relevant in that space, and they will also be competitive. It's not a strange path for us to follow in IFMA, because I recalled in 2022, when we celebrated 25 years, we partnered with a state government agency to donate 25 toolboxes to those same students. And what we did was to donate those toolboxes, but we ended up giving them employment. So this incubation initiative will also be providing for them not only 3 months internship with IFMA's corporate members, as the case may be. They will also be privileged to also work in any of the estates that is being managed by Venco. So they'll be exposed to those knowledge by internship for 3 months, and chances are, 9 over 10, that they will get employment. So in that case, we'll not only be working on their knowledge capacity development, we'll also be creating employment paths for them. These are part of the collaboration we'll be starting with Venco. And I urge you all to also be part of this, either by being a member, also by being a patronage of Venco. For us, we hold in very high esteem knowledge building, capacity development, advocacy, and engagement. And on the sides of that collaboration is for us to also be placing this collaboration side by side with IFMA's mentorship development initiative, whereby we will not only be restricting the technical school students, who is a focal point to that opportunity, but it's also open to anyone who is willing and ready to walk the talk or work on that path with us as two institutions coming together to change the narrative. So I'm saying that we are placing this collaboration side by side with our mentorship development initiative that will also give you a 12-month exposure as to a lot of things across the core competencies of IFMA under this collaborative strategy, as the case may be. Another thing we'll also be doing is that Venco will be doing REMA every year. On the calendar of IFMA annually, by second quarter, May precisely, there is World FM Day, which annually we celebrate. In the media, between June and July, we also induct our new members. Conversation is ongoing to see how we can integrate continuous performance development into our induction process. And by the last quarter of the year, we're always having advocacy day. So two institutions coming together to change narratives. So one way or the other, there will be integration between us. We are likely to have Venco on any of those events for them to also continue to advocate their interests along the line of real estate management. Then while, as you have seen us, being part of this conference at this point in time, we'll also be collaborating with them across every divide to ensure that the industry is better for it. And again, for some of us who wants to go on the knowledge part, will also enjoy this part. On this note, on behalf of my president seated here and the Council of IFMA, I want to welcome you to a new way of doing things in built environment and real estate management industry. And I look forward to seeing you all joining us on this journey. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Right about now, I'll be introducing a representative from Sterling Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them as they tell us more about their products and services. Please put your hands together for representative from Sterling Bank. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kosi. I'm an ecosystem manager for Embedly by Sterling. Okay, so in Sterling, we have a product called Embedly. Embedly is a Nigerian embedded finance platform that lets businesses like yours integrate banking services. What I mean by integrating banking services, I mean our digital wallet services, our virtual accounts, our checkout accounts. So these are basically the products that we have currently on Embedly. For real estate companies like yours, what does Embedly have to offer for you? So for real estate companies, I know you accept and reconcile rent, deposits, or property management instantly through a unique virtual account. This is one of the features of Embedly. Then secondly, we manage payouts to agents. You have agents that manage your properties, you have vendors and contractors. So when you come on board Embedly, we can seamlessly manage your payments. Because I believe some of you guys are still doing manual reconciliation and stuff like that. But when you come on board Embedly, this can be managed seamlessly through our virtual cards, our virtual accounts, and creation of digital wallets. And for the wallet services, we have two types of wallet services. We have open wallet, and we also have what we call closed wallet. What do I mean by an open wallet? Open wallet is a type of wallet that allows you as a platform to be able to transfer funds outside your ecosystem. For instance, you come on board Embedly and you have an open wallet with us. Your users can be able to fund their wallet account and also transfer out of your ecosystem to any bank of their choice. Whereas for closed wallet, the reverse is the case. They won't be able to move funds out of your ecosystem. So whatever funds they have in the wallet has to be utilized on your platform. That's the difference between the closed and the open wallet. Then we have another service that we call checkouts. Checkouts gives you the opportunity to generate a real one-time virtual account, a static account that can be utilized for seamless transactions. So this type of account is always valid within, let's say, for 30 minutes, and it helps you do your collection seamlessly. And after all the collections, the funds settles in your organizational wallet, making it very seamless and easy to reconcile. So these are the services we have on Embedly. You can also visit our website, www.embedly.ng. For more details, we have API documentation, which are pretty easy. It's just for us to plug in our API into your platform and make your payments seamlessly. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was Sterling Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, proceeding into the next panel session, I'll be having conversations around designing governance before and over, inclusive urban futures. And moderating this panel session is a fellow of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, RICS, and the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the moderator, Mr. Oluyinka Orimalade. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward and he introduces the other panelists. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Let me just crack a quick joke. It's regarding Embedly. Sterling Bank, the lady that spoke, where are you? Sterling Bank? Okay. Well, I hope, because I heard you talking about agents and people using your app. I hope you are considering the new tax law coming in January. How you're going to infuse that. So, anyway, good afternoon, everyone. So we are in I think the third panel session for today. And the panel session talks about designing governance before and over, inclusive urban futures.
So there's a lot of jargons here. I don't like to be, even in formal settings, I try to avoid being that formal. It helps all of us. So I'm going to give two illustrations and I'll call those that are going to be in the panel. One illustration is a residential estate. Another one is a commercial retail development. And these are life stories going on now. In fact, I don't know how I'm going to handle one of them. One of them is a residential development that is in Oniru. All of a sudden, people woke up and they realized that the developer of that estate, all of a sudden, is carrying out developments in the common areas. The tenants came together, were shouting and said, "What right do you have? What this, what that?" The next thing the man said was that, "Go to your agreement and show me whether you have any right on the common area." That led one thing to the other. As we're speaking, everybody is going to court. The tenants are taking the landlord to court of the units he's renting. The owners of the units are taking the developer to court. EACN is about to cut the estates because some people now are saying we don't know who we're going to be paying to. So that's residential estate. Commercial. I have a property I manage in Lekki Phase 1. It's a mall. Or should I call it a plaza? It's not a mall. It's not that big. Fully occupied. But what happened all of a sudden? Renewal comes up, and major clients, they usually pay service charge every year. We're all in Nigeria, Band A, Mr. Tinubu came in, everything went up. We know what happened, the regulation and all of that. Everybody knows everything has gone up. Increment was made, notices were given properly ahead of time. This person now comes and says, "What right do you have to increase my service charge?" Lawyers got involved to the level of agreements. Nothing clear was in the agreement, but what saved us last week? We went to our letter of offer, which captured some covenants within the offer letter, not the agreements, that stated that your rent is fixed, but your service charge is not fixed. I'm just laying the ground here for what we are going to talk about, which is basically the heart of most of the major problems that we're facing, which has to do with before the estates are developed, the framework, the community, what has been put in place to ensure that issues that I've raised don't come up. So the people we have are quite seasoned. I was very happy when I saw the list. And there are people that is quite, they're very, I would say, is apt. They will be very apt handling the matters at hand. I'll start by calling Mr. Jide Odusholu, who is the CEO of Africa'25 Holdings Limited. Mr. Jide, wait now, I have to address you well. Mr. Jide is the MD and the founder of Africa'25. But the reason why I said I have to address you well, sir, a lot of people don't know, you're very humble. So it was actually the last administration of Ogun State. It was the #1 citizen after the governor in that state when it comes to land matters. That was how influential he was. So he knows not just from a developer's angle, he also will come also from a government angle. Mr. Jile, you are welcome. Please come and take a seat. The second on this list is Omoshalewa Fajobi. She is the Chief Operations Officer of MISA. MISA is right now arguably one of the very prominent development companies, not just real estate developers, but even commercial. They're all over the place. And we have in our midst the Chief Operation Officer of MISA. Please, a round of applause, please. These people left their time. It's not easy getting these people. Oh. Thank you. Thirdly, I have to be careful here, so I will just maintain the heading. Is Mr. Adeleke Fayoshe, is the chairman, Emerald Estates Residents Association. I'm being careful because I don't know whether you're the current chairman or the past chairman, but it's better, thank God I didn't make a mistake. So it's the current chairman. You're welcome, sir. Then we also have Mr. Shagun Adebayo, he was here earlier, past president, IFMA Nigeria, but a top global IFMA influencer. Please, a round of applause for him again. Finally, we have and definitely not the least, Mr. Osage Alfred. Is Mr. Osage here? Mr. Osage Alfred. Okay, he's here to join us. Sorry, let me take my seats. Thank you. Again, panelists, you are welcome. Timing for this session is meant to be 40 minutes. I have told, where's the man with bowler hats from my village? Where are you? I've told him to be the timekeeper. I want to follow it strictly. 30 minutes. Where are you, please? Raise your hand. Okay, 30 minutes. We are going to be through with the session. So we give enough time because we are here for you. The key feedback is from the audience. We'll give 10 minutes for the audience to ask questions and feedback. So please, when we get to 5 minutes before 30 minutes, let us know. But I know the panelists will even spend lower time, shorter time than that. So let me start by, now, I took my time to put up some questions here. Okay, let me start with Mr. Adebayo. As someone who has championed the facility management discipline, and of course, you've gone through you've seen all the failures, you know, from unpaid dues, poor maintenance, blah, blah, blah. What do you think, or what will you say are the non-negotiable structures or policies that should exist before the first resident moves into any community?
Thank you. So you spoke about not negotiable. So I see you going into the line of contractual obligations, and also use the word governance. So I'll be speaking from a stakeholding point of view, and I'm happy that one of my guys on this side, Mr. Odesholu, so he can either agree or disagree. But most importantly is if it's about governance, so it's about structure. And I'm happy that the last panel spoke about it. There is no better governance for built environment or real estate or facility, whatever nomenclature, that is best than having a professional facility manager being part of that initiative from the get-go. There is no other governance to be spoken about. And that's one of the things we as an association have been preaching from the angle of sustainability. And when we talk about sustainability, we are very clear. And we're always liking our own view to one of Stephen Covey's highly effective people information. I think the second habit, seeing the end from the beginning. The greatest governance is to engage a professional facility manager to have a clear understanding around quality, cost, efficiency, sustainability, name it. That's the kickoff point. And one of the challenges we have is that although the definition of FM from IFMA point of view speaks about integration, and that part of integration is also speaking to the nature of those that play in that industry. We are multidisciplinary. So you have architects, you have bankers, and the likes. You have engineers. It is important for all of us to be part of that conversation at the beginning. And that's how you can establish a strong footing around proper governance to drive. Because at that moment, everyone has a buy-in into what you're about to go into. Of course, post-construction, for me, governance is ownership mentality. So a developer has developed a house, for whatever reasons, is sold. Two things may happen. He may want to transit from developer to facility manager. I'm a strong opponent to that if it's not a professional. But again, we also have a window of engaging to enhance capacity to do FM. That window is also there. But in this case, it's sold and it's not doing that. he must have carried along every buyer who now becomes either a resident or an owner in that estate on the need to adhere to some sense of standard operating procedure.
All right.
Which
Thank
will
you.
guide
Thank
activities
you,
going
Mr.
forward.
Adebayo. Thank you. Mr. Jide, your name has been called. Octo5. Well, they are known for innovative development and community design. As a developer, sir, how will you say developers can institutionalize governance during the design and construction stages?
Good afternoon, everybody. Governance is a very tricky word. It's a word that's nice to say, but it's kind of like a vacuum. It packs a lot of stuff in it. Now, as a developer, remember you're starting a project from scratch. It doesn't exist. It means that you're the guy that's going to have to think of everything that could possibly be required and fund it upfront. So you already have a conflict before you even start a project, because you've got to manage the need to make your project viable cost-wise, attractive to the buyer, at the same time create a community that's sustainable. So what invariably would happen is, for an ethical developer, and I use that word deliberately, you try and create documentation that stipulates what the operating model for that community will be. However, again, you're doing it on paper. When it now comes to reality, when the community becomes occupied, you face different sets of challenges. Your documentation will help you. It becomes like your constitution. It will set guardrails for your interactions. However, it will not resolve your conflicts. I'm glad that Misa is sitting right next to me. I'm not sure there's any developer, and I mean ethical developer, that does not have ongoing conflicts with residents in Nigeria. And the reason is this: people don't like to pay for stuff in Nigeria. And we always want to be very smart about it. Shegun spoke about the need to have a professional FM manager. We employ FM managers, and I've actually had to almost arrest the resident before, because he literally assaulted the FM manager and told him he will beat him up and there's nothing he can do to it. Now, invariably, when we then have those conflicts, what saves the day is we then bring out the documentation that they signed. I mean, you gave that illustration earlier on, it's very true. You bring that document that they signed, and you know the one that's going to blow you away. Some will then look at them and say, hey, that's paper, leave paper aside. And you're like, hello, you're living in a community that's governed by paper. So you've got cultural challenges, you've got real life challenges, but the first place to start is you've got to have clear documentation. On the final note on that topic, I mean, we used to be called Legacy back in the day, and our very first project, we created a very robust HOA agreement, Homeowners Association agreement. And when people moved in, they literally took that agreement and were dismantling it. And I remember I had a meeting with them and I said, you know, you're creating future conflict for yourself. I said, we don't care. We don't want to pay these monies. 5 years later, we exited the community and they started fighting. And then they started calling us and saying, hey, you created this place, come and solve the problem. And I'm like, hey, I created the place, I handed it over to you. So when you talk about governance, the documentation is very important. The quality of people that live in the community is equally very important. But then at the end of the day, you just have to be ready to be the bad guy at times. And I've done this in the public sector and the private sector, and it's the same thing.
Okay. All right. Mr. Jide, I'm going to come to you. Be the bad guy, right? I'll come to you on that. I'll take you on that. Let's go to Mr. Adeleke. I gave an illustration that somebody right now that claims to develop an estate is building on common area. I hope Emerald Estate is not following that course. So as a chairman of that association, can you give us your perspective, what Mr. Jide has said, and what ways will you say that trust, because I think that's a big word, trust along
I won't call it the value chain, but even within the residents and the associations can be brought up. What's your take?
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so when I can give an instance, when I had the privilege about 3.5 years ago to be made the chairman, by the way, I'm the first to be re-elected chairman, and it's one of them. We found out there were a lot of issues similar to what you came up with. So one of the things we did was you made the estate rules and regulations easy, open. Then you need to, most critically, you need to make sure your finances are transparent and actually accessible. And when it comes to rules enforcement, there should be no partiality. It should be seen to, you should be seen to be transparent and all that. So this helps a lot in actually have an inclusive governance. What I mean by inclusive governance, residents feeling their voices are heard and they are part of decision making. That the sort decision makings are fair and transparent and enforceable. It's very important when you have resident association like ours. Yes, we have adopted the Western technology in so many ways, but naturally, our cultures were patronizing. So people do not want to just being things shoved down on them. They want to understand how you got to where you are, why you are doing this. So I do not know whether I could include on the actions items that we went to this. So you do not stop at just trying to publish. You try as much as well to use multi-channel level of engagement. We have emails, we have WhatsApp, and we have different WhatsApp. We even have a women group because these are very important. You have the market group where you can post all your social things. You have a post, you see, you need to allow people to express themselves at the same time, be able to pass information across. So it is very important. It helps a lot to get feedback. And then you have committees. Well, I'm chairman. My estate is self-managed to some extent. We have an estate office, but we still have subcommittees divided into infrastructure, power, social committee. So we allow people to come in and get feedback. And that's how, to a lot of extent, when residents feel there is a sense of inclusivity in governance, there's less issues with, there are going to be less in the kind of situation that you're discussing about, where there are going to be a pushback. We have some situation where some residents that just came in that didn't really understand what is actually going on. They came and said, why do we do this? It was other residents, we exposed didn't even have to say anything. The other residents rules of say, no, these are how we do this. So you realize that it is very collective.
Okay.
It's very important.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Adeleke, very interesting. Women group.
Yes. Oh, so we have a common factor.
No, hold on. Wait now, Mr. Adeleke. Wait now. Women group.
Yes.
How will you handle having the wife in that group and side chick in that group? In the same estate. I'm just joking. That's a joke. Don't worry. I'm coming back. I'm coming back to you. I want to use the opportunity. We're actually meant to be five panelists. The fifth person has come. His name is Osage Alfred. Is what? Wait now. Sit down. Sit down. I'm introducing you. Let me introduce you. You know, you have to give some respect to those that are coming here. Mr. Alfred is one of the, I will call them seasoned facility managers on the Lekki Ekpe corridor, especially commercial retail property. And I'm sure that I hope you didn't have one of the problems in your head. That's why you're coming now. So please, a round of applause for Mr. Alfred as he joins us. All right. Mrs. Fajobi, Misa, you know I love your company, Misa. So, you're going to pay me for this. Misa just built a lovely development on waterfront. We didn't have any conversation. So, okay, on Admiralty Road. Lovely development, waterfront. With some of us thought we'd share fee. Before we knew it, the place was taking, even rent. I can't even get rent in that place for my clients. Rent is going up every week. But don't smile. I'm going somewhere. Then I'll call my question.
Don't ask me the name after this. I have a client that bought a unit there. It's based abroad. Mr. Jide said something about described trouble. When you see this person, you will see trouble. It's like 7 foot, big muscles. He's my client also. So when he told me he bought a unit there, and he bought it a long time ago, I said, okay. Now, comes to the question I'm going to ask you. How do you balance early resident involvement with protecting the long-term vision of a project? I gave the example of this man. This man, like a lot of them that you have that took position, paid money, some of them in nice dollars, a long time ago. All of a sudden, that development, I passed it, even yesterday, fully occupied. No vacancy, nothing, fully occupied. How do you balance it based on the overall vision of, listen, I hope I'm not confusing you here.
You have completely confused me. Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, you know what?
You took a position.
No more
years
jokes,
ago.
no more jokes.
Yes. And now the whole place is
You've
fully occupied.
built a development
Yes.
waterfront.
Yes.
All right, sold out. You have early players that took position initially.
Yes.
It's a development now, fully developed. People are doing co-working and
So
all that stuff
what
right now.
happened to
I am
this?
saying that based on that, how are you as a developer and manager being able to manage those people that came in earlier, those that are paid secondary markets, based on all the, relating with all the matters we're talking about? How are you able to manage it?
Okay, I don't see a conflict. Unfortunately, because I'm a lawyer, I like to take things, seriatim, in order, all right? So Mr. Dusholu spoke about governance. Governance is very simple. It's systems and control, full stop. The values that governance requires are transparency, disclosure, full stop, right? Now, when you bring those into facilities management, there's no need to be a bad guy. All you need to do is make things clear from the beginning, So the only reason someone would think you're a bad guy would be if the person does not read. Whoever your client was, every offer letter that we issue at MISA has a clause about service maintenance. If you're buying a shared facility where there will be services shared between yourself and other people, there must be maintenance. We realized from our first development of maybe a duplex on Adeni Jones that there is a need for clarity. Mr. Disholu talked about someone that he wanted to throw in jail. I had a tenant pack like 4 of us to the AIG's office because we stopped this person from vending electricity when he owed service charge. Oh, people do not like to pay. But we make it clear, So here's what it is. I think it's a relationship. We talk about on our website, even though we're going to upgrade our speak now, we talk about a one-stop shop from actually designing the building. And what we try to do is build to manage. We build, as Mr. Adebayo had said, from the beginning, we look at the end. We're looking at how is it going to cost, what is it going to cost us to vent electricity? How are they going to drive in? How will they drive out? How many car park spaces can we give to these people? What will be the issues that they will speak to? I think that Trudy can attest. We were probably one of the first uptakers of Venco because we just wanted transparency. I'll give you an example from start to finish of a bad estate and start to finish of a good estate. So one of our very first upscale estates in Ikoyi, we didn't have transparency. What we thought we had was trust, right? And so when we wanted to buy diesel, we would let them know. When we wanted to pay for electricity, we would let them know. But I think in letting them know, they decided MISA was a charity organization. So they were not paying. They owed about 17 million at some point in time. Oh, so we woke up and realized that those clauses we had put in the offer letter, all our offer letters are standard, service maintenance agreements. Even in the deed of assignment, we have a clause that takes you to the management agreement. In the management agreement, we then spell out every single thing we will do. We speak to increase in service charge. We tell you that so and so number of days to the end of the year, we will likely increase the service charge, but we will let you know. We will also tell you why we are increasing, and we will give you options. If you think it's too expensive, try managing yourself. So let me go back to the bad estate. So they owed about 17 million. And we just went back to, our origin, the offer letter, and we decided to implement. The first meeting we had, I don't know how many of you know Muritala Ibrahim here. He sees himself as a marketer. The clients people, he walked out on them because they were being ultra interesting. In fact, one of the things I'm going to advocate now for developers, let's start using psychometric tests before we allow people to buy. So that we don't have interesting people in the estates. But let me get off that. So anyway, So we had the conversation and we decided this is not a problem at all. We are all going to be involved in the management of this place. We will post. So what we did was to introduce Venco, right? And we told them we will post your balances, whatever you have. And it's your bank account, you will withdraw from it. But if you don't have money inside, MISA is not a financial institution. You cannot have security men opening your gates. So the security man will just be standing and looking at you. He won't open the gate. It's all written down. We have it in the lease agreements. We have it in the management agreement. One of the non-negotiables, we have a gym policy. We had a pool use policy. It is spelled out from beginning. It is systems and controls.
Fantastic.
Right? That's bad estates. Eventually, they decided to take over by themselves. Now they owe themselves, and we're looking at them from afar. Great stuff.
Right.
Now, the good estates, this Admiralty one, we have learned several lessons. So from the beginning, again, in our offer letter, the service maintenance clause was there. And several of them, pushed back. Why would you want to do this? And they gave us examples. But as they had examples of dodgy management, we had examples of great management. And we said, listen, everything we do is transparent. Everything we do is spelled out from the beginning. It's about disclosure. If you want to know how your service charge is being spent, let's teach you how to use your Venco app. You didn't pay me for this, right? But even with the commercial estates that we manage, once you introduce the person to so-and-so, in fact, we don't even let tenants into a place until we have a conversation. I meet every single person who wants to lease any of our properties. And I explain to them, do you have questions? If they say no, I say, okay, I have a question for you. Do you understand this? Do you understand that part? Because it's about transparency. So when I come to you with a bill, or when I come to you with, oh, we are going to increase so-and-so 30 days to the end of the year, don't tell me you didn't say. I'm very happy to go to your agreement or your offer letter. I will copy it out, I will paste it and send it to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fajobi. I got you going there. All right. Mr. Alfred, you're welcome. You didn't come so late. I think you got two of the panelists here make some very insightful contributions. What's your take on it? Especially regarding, because yes, I know you also handle residential, but I also know your core is commercial. Lean more on commercial regarding what we're discussing.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I will start by saying that the challenges of facilities management is the same thing globally, right? I was opportune to be in Barcelona December last year, and they were showing us vast land that they were trying to develop for their citizens. And one of the tourists actually asked a question, what is the plan for management? You won't believe that the authorities could not answer. I can tell you. And we spoke at length, and she said, I have traveled globally. I have consulted for a lot of people in different continents, and I can tell you that they don't ever plan for occupancy. And when I did an analysis, and we can do the analysis together, If you're going, any project you find that they say is a project, it's only 2-3 years that it has for planning and development. The major thing that determines whether it's a good investment or not is after the development. So the question is, why is it difficult for us to plan for those times? So I also say that a woman gets married, and they say when the baby comes, we then start to plan how we take care of the baby. That is what happens a lot of times when we do that. So what happens is that the project comes to life and we're asking ourselves, oh, what is going to happen? Now, people think governance is about the presence of the developer on the project, but that is not governance. People think governance is about having the right people with the right voices on the project and able to speak up when they need to speak up. No, that is not governance. Governance simply talks about what she has said, systems. And it is not copycat, because people duplicate documents. A good example is an estate along the Lekki corridor. And when I looked at the estate, you had new homeowners as subscribers. They were either moving from the mainland to the island. They were either moving from self-managed environment to a serviced managed environment. Now, the problem started when the developer did not analyze what the people they were bringing on board. So they duplicated a template for those guys. So when those guys came in and they saw that, per month, power is 150, 200, it became a culture shock. Now, even when you have transparency and you have trust and you have all those systems, because you are eating their pocket in a certain way, they will never trust you. They won't even believe that governance. Until even when you give them the opportunity to do the calculation themselves. There was one recently, I said, you know what, the simplest way for you to do your calculation every time when it comes to diesel is, how much is diesel in a month? Divide it equally amongst everybody. Forget about your meters first. In science, when you have average, there would always be a spillover to the upper limit or to the lower limit. Then you understand that there is a problem there. And the guy actually walked back. So for me, I think, permit me to say that a lot of developers do not understand what it means to have an investment as a project. What they do is to produce. And it is important that we should understand that governance is a design thing. It is not a documentation thing. Right from the point of designing, building that estate, you must design it. Even in security, they call something, you design your buildings and estates in a way that it's in its design, the architecture, it self-proofs threats. And that is where security is, even facilities management.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osagie. And I can let you go on and on next 1 hour. All right. I will give everyone 1 minute to just give their, I'll call it takeaways on this matter. But before then, I will open it up for questions. My timekeeper with the bowler hat has told me that we have 10 more minutes. So let's open it for questions. Let's get as many questions as possible. Then we'll have a wrap up. Please, as you're asking the question, direct it to the any of the panelists, the particular panelists you want to respond. And just 3 questions, please. Panelists, please just take notes.
All right.
Your name?
Olamide Dadamosi is my name. Right. The question I have is just based on the conversations that we have now and the preceding conversations that is also similar in a way regarding the sustainability of service delivery of our built environment. Now, we have statutory requirements for constituting a project team that has architects, structural engineer, and all of those ones. Is it not going to be right for us to also bring it in as a statutory requirement to have facility managers on board during the construction stage? And you know, construction stage has conceptualization stage, execution stage, and all of that. So during those initial stages, can't we have facility managers as members of the project team?
All right,
so that everything is
that for everyone on the panel?
Anybody can answer.
Okay. All right. Second question, please. That's noted by the panelists. Second question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Really happy to be here and also to hear all of this insights. My question is directed to Mr. Jide, my biggest example. So we currently have a guest at one of your apartments. And one of my questions is around where I play in, that's the short-term rentals, and how you're able to short-term rental, short-let.
Sorry, please.
And how you're able to.
Sorry, can you speak louder, please?
Okay, my question is, I start by saying that we currently have a guest at one of his apartments. And my question is, how have you been able to navigate as a developer and also a manager, other users in terms of like this industry that seems to be pivotal? Some people thinking that, oh, we can accommodate, others be like, no, over my dead body.
All right, thank you. And the last question? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Ojefo. Let me just add to what the lady in the middle was saying about facility management.
You are adding or you're asking a question, sir?
No, yes, I want to just add to it a solution.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
a
go
solution,
ahead.
a solution. Like in my company, in Ridgewell, what we do is the facility managers, we are part of the construction team and also the marketers. So at the time of transaction with prospective buyers, we let them understand, we educate them that if you buy this property, we're not leaving you, we are with you. You know, the facility managers are there with you.
Go ahead, go ahead.
It's okay. I guess what you're saying. So,
okay.
Maybe I didn't make myself clear. MISA builds and manages. That's why I said it's a one-stop shop. And that even from the offer letter, we make it clear that there will be a maintenance agreement. So we build and we manage. And I also said that we build to manage with that in mind, you know, so all of the different aspects that will happen, all the different services that are required, you know, to make the lives of not just the residents, but also the facilities managers easy. We put into, now let me speak to Olamintunde's question about FM being a part of the design team. So while that's, I don't know, that would be an advocacy issue, you know, around permits and all of that. But if you have a developer whose mindset is to manage, it will be wise for them to actually have a facility manager on board. And even if they don't have a facility manager on board during the conceptual, when you're finishing, what we do is about 3 to 6 months from to the end to handover, we appoint a facility manager already there. So he knows where the plumbing is. He knows where the AC pipes are. He understands what's going on in there. You know, so if you want to manage, your best bet is to buy yourself, even if the law does not, you know, require.
Okay, Ms. Fajobi, you're holding the microphone. 1 minute, closing statements.
Okay.
1 minute. No? Yes, from her. 1 minute.
From me, closing
1 minute,
statement. So I'm very big on governance. I'm an advocate of governance, risk, and compliance. And I think it's always the best option to, first of all, put all the cards on the table. A lot of issues that residents have, that even facilities managers and developers have, is that there are always hidden issues. So put all the cards on the table. Let everybody understand what exactly they are letting themselves into. And also let them understand that if you want your property to continue to appreciate, maintenance is the only key. That's it from me.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jide, I know number 2 question was directed at you.
Yeah.
And as you're answering that, your closing statement, please.
Okay, well, the first part of the question is, so as a development company, I wouldn't say we're a one-stop shop. We are multidisciplinary. And the reason why I separate the word is because we actually have separate entities that do separate things in their estates. And then we typically create larger scale communities, master plan communities. And so from the get-go in the design, we're already aware that other developers, other sub-developers, other investors are going to come into that community and want to operate there. So it's not a challenge for us having short-let apartments in many of our developments. The concern we then tend to have with them is the societal challenges they bring. So in Nigeria, you're doing short-let. Some people go there to go and do yahoo yahoo. Some people are drug people. I mean, there's one of our communities that we literally self-reported to NDLEA. And then we created signages and put around the community. And then wrote every owner that, look, this estate is a self-regulating estate. We have reported to NDLEA. When they come to bust, we are the ones that will bring them to your door. And literally, some people were shocked. We actually did it. The day they came, they were surprised that CSO was going with the guys. I will tell them, you can't break any doors in this estate. You want to see house one? Okay, house one, Mr. X lives in there. And we went there and knocked the door. Are you going to open the door? You're not going to open the door. We're going to open the door for them. And within a space of about 3 months, a lot of people left the estate. Because the reason why they moved there before was because it was secure. But then they were bastardizing the community. So you've got to have strong measures in place for that. And like Osage said, what we've got to understand is that our communities are living organisms. And you have all sorts of people that you're going to have to deal with. So you've got to be realistic and you've got to be responsive to that environment. You've got to have very clear measurements. You've got to have very clear rules. And you've got to stand by your rules. Of course, you also have to be ready for the fact that you've got to own your mistakes. There's nobody that's infallible. And it means that you will make mistakes, you will fall short, but communication is very key. And then being very clear on your expectations is also very key. And you mentioned transparency and sharing your information. The sad truth is that some people, and Osage mentioned it, if you like, bring them your bank statements, showing them the in and out. They're still going to tell you that because Nigerians just don't like to pay,
Thank
unfortunately.
you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Adebayo, 1 minute, closing statement.
1 minute.
Yes, please. We're rounding up now.
But I would like to speak to regulation from the angle of government integrating.
Yeah, if my influencers, sir. 1 minute, you can finish.
Facility
Thank you,
management into it. So on the part of the body I also represent, currently we're in engagement with Lagos State Physical and Urban Plan. Narrowing down to specifics. We don't want to capture everywhere. We want to start a journey of 1,000 miles with a step. Get us into that approval ecosystem. And we're not only going alone, we're going with certified practitioners with some level of guarantee of not compromising quality. And that conversation is ongoing. We were in Banana Island last week, and we had big men there. We're also having some engagement on how we can influence, because governance is also two-way, of the governed and the government. So we're doing our best beyond the fact that some of our advocacies have been around getting people to get this done. In fact, we face resistance from professional bodies. That was why our September 2023 advocacy was around professional players, engineer, quantity surveyor, estate valuers, and the likes, so that we can also work that talk together. My closure, whatever cap you are wearing today, live here better and advocate for a better built environment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, 1 minute, sir. You know we do it. 1 minute. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Like I was saying, just to clarify, the setting up of a women group is actually another, because just to be able to clarify that it's not only the only other multi-level channel. We equally have a teenagers group, a youth group in the estate. It is to ensure that the right messages are passed across. Thanks to Venco, it's been a lot easier to publish resident financial status. I was talking about transparency. This we do monthly. Not just that it's emailed to them, but it's equally shared on the common estate platform, of course. And I spoke earlier about inclusion, about allowing residents to have their decisions, to feel a sense of belonging. It is very key. For example, when there are issues that has to do with, one of the issues that we have issues with, it has to do with maybe project, procurement. These are actually, the RFQ is shared publicly. All I'm trying to say is that when it comes to managing estate, there's a lot has to do in terms of transparency. A lot has to do with trying to, as much as possible, to bring people into what is being done. Monthly meetings are regulated in such a way, are organized in such a way to allow every aspect of governance being open. Where we publish newsletters. Those newsletters do not only accommodate equally the financial sector, cash flow, income, and expedition, equally includes, because we are bulk metered, how much energy was consumed, what we pay for diesel, how much we earn, how much we pay for a diesel. This has helped us to have actually, but the downside of this is that we have monthly meeting where people are not showing up because there's no drama, there's no scandal to come through.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. You still haven't answered my question on side chief. Well, it's okay. We'll talk about that after.
All right.
Mr. Osage, not 1 minute, 30 seconds. You know how we do it.
Yes.
30 seconds. Thank
Okay. Facility managers, we need to note that, yes, we call ourselves facility managers. We are live managers, right? And that's why I say that we are doctors, property doctors. And if you use the principle of that doctors use in the hospital, you can never get it wrong in facilities management, because you need to work with data. And that is why when I met a son and we worked closely on a certain aspect of facilities management, he said something that still stayed with me till today. He said, it is not enough for you to document what is going to happen. You must document how it is going to happen and what will happen if that thing does not happen when it's supposed to happen. Because if you don't do that, what you do is you are leaving the people to discuss what will happen. At every point, people need to discuss what happens. You have controversies. And that is why you must go many miles ahead and decide how things are going to happen and the shift. Lastly, I must say that every individual has a position, interest, and need. And as a facility manager, you must understand what the position of that person is right now, what the interest of that person is right now, what the need of that person is right now. Somebody was we're closing out a budget, and the man said, please, let's drop service charge. I did not argue. I went back and I did a study about the man. I found out that this man was about to retire. So he needed to box service charge. He never said that. His interest was, I need to be covered. His need was, so I did not argue. And what did I do? I took everybody in the room back to the fact that what is the standard that was signed up for this estate? What did we say is going to be the minimum standard? What did we document? Yeah. And when we got back to that, he could not argue it. Remember, we are live managers. Fantastic. We are property doctors.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. Mr. Botai, cool down now. In summary, we're up, we're through, but in summary, I took some notes. Governance must be designed, not improvised. Developers, FM professionals, and residents each have a role before handover. That, I think, is key. We brought out transparent systems and contracts reduce conflicts. So whichever stakeholder is in the building, we have to ensure that, as the law, I have a lot of lawyers here said, you have to ensure that things are put up before even you move into those properties. Finally, technology can institutionalize fairness, accountability, and inclusion. Just want to thank all the panelists here and thank the audience for still waiting behind after lunch. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our panelists. Thank you so much, sir and Ma. Thank you so much. Please, let's take a group photo. Can Mr. Actually please join them on stage for a group photograph? Many thanks to the moderator of this panel session, Mr. Olurogba Orimolade. Please put your hands together for me, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so before I call up the next panel session, I have a quick question. How many of us prefer a self-service, estate, or a fully serviced estate? Let me see a show of hands. So if you prefer self-service estate, let me see hands. Okay, so you don't want to spend. Okay, so but if you prefer a fully serviced estate, let me see your hands up. All right, all right. So by the time we start increasing service charges, we don't want to hear story. Oh. And you know what's funny is the fact that, okay, so when I say fully serviced, it is the developers that are servicing it for you. They'll be the one putting on the generator, the light, waste management and all of those things. For self-services, you'll be the one to buy fuel inside your generator and do all of those things yourself. All right. Before I call up the next panel session, we would like to celebrate somebody here. Today is the person's birthday, and the person is the immediate past president of IFMA Nigeria chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, please can Mr. Shegun Adebayo please be up on his face? So let's sing the happy birthday song for him. All right, Mr. Shegun. All right, ladies, is that Mr. Shegun? Mr. Shegun. Oh, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us sing the happy birthday song for Mr. Shegun. He's the immediate past president of IFMA. Are we ready? On the count of 3, the keys. Do. Are we ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Mr. Shegun, you're not smiling. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Please, a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Happy birthday to you. We wish you long life and prosperity. Right about now, we're going to be going into the next panel session. Have you been learning so much from this panel session so far? Yes or yes? If no, why? All right. So next up, we're going to be tackling a very important topic, which is energy tariff management. And it's a very important conversation that must be heard, for every property owner and facility manager in the building. And to moderate this panel session, I'll be calling on the group MD and CEO of West Power and Gas Limited, which is the parent company of Eco Electricity Distribution PLC. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please make welcome Mrs. Wala Joseph Kondotsi. Please, a round of applause for her as she walks up to the stage to moderate this interesting panel session. Please, a round of applause. A round of applause for Mrs. Wala Joseph Kondotsi. Please put your hands together for him as he comes off stage.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm standing in for Mrs. Wala Joseph. My name is Chima Ochi. I'm the Chief Legal and Regulatory Officer of West Power and Gas Limited, the parent company of Eco Electricity Distribution PLC. It's indeed actually a beautiful event, very memorable one, the RIMA conference. Just looking at the tagline, structures beyond buildings, it shows a whole lot of engagement that has to do with ensuring that the community that we live in is run transparently and efficiently. That's what brings us to this particular panel section, which is energy tariff management. So we've seen a whole lot of, should I say, noise on tariff where we live in. We see a lot of how do we blend the energy that comes from the grid and energy that comes from a solar panel, battery energy systems and all that. And there's a whole lot of force regarding how we can make this energy tariff transparent, how we can make it affordable, and how we can make it even very, very usable for the residents. And this panel section is just here to let us see deeply by dissecting the key indices about energy tariff management. So we're looking at the real-world example, real-world models. What are the models that we can deploy to our facility managers, our communities, and our environments to see that it works for us? We'll look at the cost recovery models, and also we'll look at practical examples in ensuring that we actually have energy tariff managed properly within our communities. And without much ado, I would be inviting my panelists that would help us do justice to this topic, energy tariff management. So if your hands are not busy, please help me welcome my first panelist, Mr. Chude Osiebu. Chude is the co-founder and CEO of Venco Africa. I believe I'll call him our host. With over 15 years of experience in enterprise technology. He is the idea for Venco emerged from his own experience living in gated community in Port Harcourt. And we're glad to have you, Mr. Chude. Also join me in welcoming my second panelist, Ugwem Eneyo. Ugwem is an engineer, inventor, climate entrepreneur. She founded and served as CEO of Shift Power Solution and Energy Technology company, pioneering IoT-based management systems for distributed energy and smart cities in Africa. Following her Shift's acquisition by Stemaco, she now serves on the board of directors, and she is also the Chief Product and Innovation Officer of the company. Welcome, Uwem. Join me also in welcoming Anthony Osaihe Osamoje. Anthony is the CEO and co-founder of Anthony Roads Facility Management, with over 20 years of leadership experience spanning technology, facility management, and oil and gas. He's a trained in electrical engineering and information technology. He brings a deep understanding of how energy costs and tariff affect operational efficiency. Thank you, Anthony. Please, I want us to be engaging because this is going to be an exciting session. Also join me welcoming Julian Bassi. Julian Bassi is the managing director of Crimson Power, a renewable energy company providing solar EPC and power as a service solutions that reduces diesel use and improve power reliability across Nigeria. He has over a decade experience in renewable energy, and he specializes in system design. Julian, welcome. And our finance, can we help in keeping this steady, please? Yeah. So, and our finance experts in the room, Isaac Ogu. Isaac is the head of infrastructure. So Isaac is the head of infrastructure, finance, and power projects at Sterling Bank PLC. He leads the bank's portfolio in financing large-scale energy and infrastructure transactions across Nigeria. He's had extensive experience in projects and corporate finance. He has been instrumental in structuring bankable solutions across power generation, in fact, all the value chain of the power sector. Welcome, Isaac. So we'll move straight into the panel conversation. Thank you very much, my panelists, for making out the time to join in this robust conversation. I know we have to do with REMA, real estate, our communities, how we manage it. So the way the questions will go in no particular order, but I like starting from my extreme and it dovetails down here, right? So we have all of us looking at our profile. We have wealth of experience in what we do. Ogwem is in the IoT metering space. Have done a lot of work as an inventor. Chude, Venco, helping communities manage their lifestyle, even electricity. And Crimson Power as well, doing a whole lot of Stemaco, Sterling and all that. So from my experience, how have we been able to use our work to ensure that energy tariff is managed efficiently? From my experience, how we contributed to ensuring that energy is managed efficiently. Isaac.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. It's good that you're asking me the question that even the president of Nigeria is bothered about. Everyone wants to know how energy costs can be more affordable. I think that's a challenge that we'll face. If we've not faced it since 1960, at least we'll face it since the unbundling of the power sector, because the whole aim was unbundling would have, the expectation was that it will open up the market, drive in private capital, and then they will have a more market-friendly sector. But we're not there yet. But a lot has happened recently with the passage of the Electricity Act 2023. We are approaching today a more cost-reflective environment. So cost-reflective environment does not translate to affordability because, first of all, the developer, the power producer has to generate sustainable financing. The investor, the lender, has to see a bankable project before we can deploy capital. And then all of us who are consumers, hope. Though my friend there said hope is not a strategy, all of us hope for affordability. I think as we progress, the discussion will guide us there. I'm even sitting down here today from everyone.
Thank you very much. MD Crimson, go ahead.
I hope the mic works this time. Yeah, from my perspective, we live in a society where power is in serious demand. It's very obvious that we all need it, but it's the one thing nobody wants to pay for. And from our perspective as in Crimson Power, we utilize solar solutions to try and bridge that gap between what I would call cheaper means of power or direct access to power, generators, grid, and the non-availability of those. The thing with solar is that you need to invest early. So it's a large-scale investment at the early stage, but then spread across multiple years. That is when you can get value out of it in terms of the tariff, right? Now, the trouble is all of the metrics that go before that, the investment, the calculation, the engineering, all of that costs money. And as I said earlier, most people are not willing to pay. But I think we need to actually start recognizing that to get to that utopia of 24/7 power, we need to be willing to pay our part as consumers. That is, to pay for the power. Yes, it will be managed as best as possible, transparency and all of that. Not everybody wants to just take off and become gazillionaire by exploiting others. But at the same time, investments should be paid for. Nobody is a charity organization. So I think the balance lies in our hands. We need to just figure out how to continue managing that situation.
Thank you very much. Anthony?
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll be speaking from the angle of running a facility management company and my experience in information technology. So one of the things we should know is that energy tariffs are dynamic. They can't be fixed. And I'm going to be speaking to communities, especially estates, apartments, even those that run commercial properties. So energy tariffs are dynamic. You need to be able to know when to change your tariff. And that should be informed by gathering enough data. And also for different communities, right? What works in community A does not work in community B because you have to look into that community from the different panelists that have spoken. You need to look into a certain, if it's an estate or a community, and look at what works best for them. You can't say because, oh, this particular estate, right, is on 350 per units, we should also do this estate the same way. You need to look at the dynamics in those estates. Some estates we say, oh, and the kind of metering also informs your tariff. Are you using a single tariff meter? Are you using a dual tariff meter? And some estates will want to use PHCN, right? And check meters because especially small estates, right? They don't want to go the dual tariff way because it will not pay them. So based on that, right, you can now begin to say, okay, this is the tariff, this is the workable tariff for the estates. And you can't just arrive at energy tariff, right? You can't just arrive at energy. There are different parameters that you need to look at: the type of generator, or is it a new generator, is it an old one, what is the occupancy in that particular estate, is generator running on full load, half load, 3 or 4. So you need to put all these things in place to determine the energy tariff. And after some time, like I said, you'll have been able to gather enough data, because some estates that we run, we've been able to gather enough data through most of our estates use Venco anyway.
Okay.
So we've been able to gather enough data to say, oh, you guys have surplus in your energy accounts, right? We need to review the tariff. The other speakers, they talked about a collaborative way of, so you need to work with those residents and say, oh, you have surplus in your estate because of this data we've gathered. Okay, let's work on the tariff. Let's reduce this. Let's reduce the tariff, or let's look at your fixed charge, or let's reduce your normal energy tariff. So it is dynamic, and we have to take a data-driven approach towards energy tariff management. Thank you.
Okay. So essentially, your circumstance will determine what tariff model you deploy. Chude, your thoughts?
Yes. So for me, I think there are two big things around here. There's data on one hand. There's also culture, and I don't think that anyone can solve the problems of energy tariff management in communities without taking those two things into account. So at Venco, we've done a lot of work, so basically Venco will do anything that estates need them to do. So energy is a big thing for us because communities, energy is a big thing in communities. So is security, so is financial management and all of that. But energy is probably the biggest thing when you look at it from the lens of spend, right? And one of the things we've noticed is that a lot of communities are laboring under incomplete information when they decide to do tariff, engineer their tariffs or calculate their tariffs. You'll find in many cases, so we onboard, fairly regularly communities onto Venco, and one of the most frequent questions is, what tariff should we charge?
True.
And we're like, I'm sorry, we should not be the ones telling you what tariff you should charge. You should be able to determine that from the data that you get in your community. The type of generator you use is not the same that others use. Your cost of power isn't the same. The setup of your estate isn't the same. So generally, it should be a data-driven view to come up with that, and it should be something that is, revised from time to time, given the correct inputs. And this is one of the biggest issues that I think many communities have, because they haven't really made the relationship between the inputs and the setup of their community and the tariff. They are constantly getting into trouble with their customers, their consumers, that is the residents. One of the things that we are trying to do at Venco is to shine a torchlight, for lack of a better term, on all the different parameters that will help you to successfully determine tariff. And it's not just in determining tariff, being able to measure those inputs helps you to understand what your ideal energy mix should be, right? So I don't know how many of us have experienced here scenarios where we are bound to charge a higher tariff because, for example, there's an inefficient generator or an oversized generator in the communities where we are, right? So in the community where I lived for a long time, we were using generators that exceeded our capacity by like 4 or 5-fold. And at the time, we didn't know because the government was subsidizing our energy through low diesel costs,
But immediately, I don't know if we all remember when diesel costs normalized. And there was a lot of, in fact, I think many of you should remember because a lot of facilities managers were kicked out of the estates that they manage because of that. Because we had been operating in a low price regime, people were willing to pay the cost of energy. But once the cost of diesel aligned, properly, there was a lot of pushback and unrest, in communities. And that is when in my community, for example, we decided to sell the 2 kVA generators we have and buy like a 350 kVA, you understand? And so our costs, come down. So I think there's a lot of lack of knowledge, with respect to the different sources of energy, our energy mix, and how we should make that more efficient. And that is causing oversized problems for the operators of communities. So hopefully one of the things that we'll be able to address here is, those kind of parameters, how to determine, the correct inputs, and then how to disseminate that education so that people know the basis on which to optimize their tariffs, not necessarily reduce, but optimize.
Thank you very much, Uday. Uwem.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm actually going to pick up on your point on creating the tools to better create tariff management schemes that are data-driven. Shift Power Solutions actually entered the market a decade ago, delivering what we call distributed energy resource management software. That's the technical jargon. Essentially, we were building the network operating center solutions for power as a service companies. So the likes of Daystar and Renuvia, et cetera. And so on that journey over the past decade, we were actually seeing how our customers were looking at the composition of the assets they were delivering and how that informed the tariffs and the contracts they were establishing, oftentimes with commercial facilities. At the time, many of those facilities were banks. And from that insight on how they were creating these very data-driven tariff structures and contracts, we began translating that into how our customers in the community space can similarly use inputs on what type of assets they have, how the communities were developed in order to build more data-driven tariff structures. And I think one of the key things in our products, and I know this is also the case with Venco, when it comes to the metering element for communities, is creating tools within the product that make it easier for facility managers to build cost-reflective schemes. So whether that's base recurring charges, charges that are automatically reflecting people's prorated consumption across the community, costs that's figuring out how to capture common area costs and whatnot. That's a key part. And if what we often see is people are trying to copy and mimic tariff schemes in one community for a development that is quite different and also has quite different user behavior and patterns. So I do really believe that the first part is really understanding and designing a community with the tariff structure in mind and making sure you're implementing the technology that can ensure you can collect on that tariff structure effectively as well.
Thank you very much. So indeed, data is key for any tariff management, and also technology is actually critical for driving that. Thank you so much for your insights. So Mr. Ogu, I would go with you again. Now I want to look back to your closing statement when the first question, when you mentioned cost reflective tariff does not translate to affordability. It's one notion that I still battle with it today, because on the one divide, you have customers saying it must be affordable. But the other side, right, the people that put in the money to build the structures and get it developed, right, they want to recoup their investments. In fact, from my knowledge, I know that the laws allows investors to recoup their investments with a reasonable return. So now, from your experience as a financial expert, what financial models or best models can be recommended, or probably or two that can be put in place to ensure that we balance cost reflective tariffs with affordability?
Okay, thank you very much. You know, when you ask this question, everyone is looking at the bank. And everybody's mind here, everybody's thinking about interest rates. Financing costs is a major component of the ultimate cost that gets to the consumer. And then you have the FX cost, you have the AT, CRC cost, you also have the inefficiency cost, which was just addressed here. All of that feeds into ultimately the tariff. Now, but you know, a project has to be bankable for it to either attract investors or attract lenders or be sustainable over time. And so that feeds into their ability to be operationally efficient. And for that, you also need to be financially efficient. So there are a lot of opportunities today. We're seeing what blended financing, where DFIs are supporting private lenders to help drop cost of funding. We're seeing guarantees. For example, I see projects where support goes to off-grid projects, where you see agencies like MIGA with World Bank provide some form of guarantees. And then I was speaking before with Julian, and I was asking him, why do developers, everybody builds their own independent power producers or residential estates? Everyone has their own generators. Why can't there be some collaboration where there is a pool? And then, because part of your financing cost comes from scale. If you come to me with a request of $1 million, it's not the same, it's not appraised like if it's a little bit higher, because that's how you can assess get into the prime lending range. So that structuring could also, the challenge of financing cost is not just about funding, it's also a portion about structuring. So you look at taking advantage of all these opportunities. And then I see where a lot of developers are carrying this heavy capex, because this is a highly capex intensive environment.
Sure.
Is it possible that some of these capex are taken off your balance sheet, either as a lease to own structure, either the estate owns it and the ultimate consumers is included in their service cost and is paid down over time? Those are some. So, but you know, the whole idea is with the professionals sitting there. Me, I'm just a financier. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And indeed, a nice insights regarding balancing it. So, Julian, given your work, right, I see you sit at the intersection of both divide. So you're providing power and also you're managing the communities. So, and what we've seen recently is that there's an exodus of transitioning to solar and hybrid system, yeah, from diesel and all that. So, what frameworks would you recommend in building social acceptance for that transitioning from the diesel generator to a hybrid model?
All right. Thank you for that. Let me first explain the second part that you mentioned, where you said I sit on both divides. So I am currently the president of our Residents Association, one of the newest president. The estate has run for 10 years. We took over the estate, including the power infrastructure. And it was well put together by a team of experts that basically took their personal skills and tried to develop the solution for the estate, and has managed it well so far. From the point of tariffs, it's very difficult because the end consumer is always wanting a cheaper solution. They never want to pay for that cost, right, of power. and also do not understand how power works, right? Because power has been subsidized in our society for so long, we just believe that we're almost entitled to power. Why should it cost 300 naira plus? You know, I should be paying the good old 65 naira. And even that 65 naira that the grid charges on band B is not enough to fund infrastructure development. It's one of the reasons why our national grid is collapsing all the time and the infrastructure is just never improved. From the renewable point of view, as mentioned earlier, the investment is heavy, right? So you invest into, solar particularly, because there are various aspects of renewable. You invest early in solar solution to reap over time. And if you don't do it at greenfield stage, I believe that that strategy is already wrong, right? Yeah. For me, as a power solution provider using solar, I always encourage people, bring us in at the early stage so that we can work with you to figure out what is the path to the right solution. I was speaking to one of the panelists earlier who are developers, and I was saying, we do have a solution for them, but only at the greenfield, because what we notice is that they keep calling us in at the end of the project when we're trying, and then we're just trying to solve for multiple problems that have been created prior to us being part of it. The other panelists talked about bringing the FM into the conceptual stage.
Sure.
I think developers need to bring everyone in, because the community you create, that infrastructure you create at the end of the day is going to be determined by all of the inputs at the very early stage. And that would determine whether the output is worthwhile or becomes a headache for everyone. So from a renewable perspective, we need to learn to invest early.
Yeah.
Accept that it's a high cost, but it can be amortized over time. The finance providers need to understand that it takes longer.
Yeah.
They should stop trying to recoup, which is in 3 years or 2 years, as is tradition here.
Long-term
It
finance.
just doesn't help the whole access to power situation.
Thank you very much.
So in Europe, when a solar energy system is financed for 10 years, right? Or even more, 20 years. And then you can put that into your financial model and know, all right, the tariff that is going to be charged to the end consumer is going to be reasonable and, absorbable by the consumer. So some nuggets to take from there, and I hope that those of us listening and are in the space where this could be valuable to you would take some of those information and use it wisely.
Thank you very much. I think it's well taken, and I know that a lot of financiers have actually started adjusting to that. Thank you so much, Anthony. So you sit at as a facility manager, right? How do you communicate transparent and efficient costs to your customers or your residents? How do you do that? What frameworks and what models, please? 2 minutes.
Okay. Like I said, and every of the panelists before us have said, right? The way to communicate transparency is to bring all the stakeholders into decision making. So you let them know you're using a data-driven approach. If they want to calculate it themselves, they can also do the calculations themselves. So that's the only way to show transparency. You involve them in the process, and even in some estates, we even tell them, you guys can have the accounts, right? The money that is coming from the vending app is going to your own account. You're seeing it. We are paying for PHCN. We are servicing your generator, and we are purchasing diesel. So that's the only way we've been able to manage it by bringing everyone into the picture.
Essentially, bring everybody aboard.
Yes.
Get their trust, and of course, they'll be comfortable with tariff. Thank you very much. Should
Okay, so I mean,
No, I have a question for you. All right. So Benko, I know you guys deal with a lot of data, and part of your features, right, is to help manage electricity consumption and all that. How critical is data to ensure that tariff is managed efficiently? And if there are any recommendation or frameworks that you can let the audience know about, it would be nice to hear. Thank you.
I think data is very key. Now, unfortunately, by the time most of us here, maybe except the financier, get into the picture, we are very downstream of the problem. So the mistakes have been made and we are just literally managing, right? But even in that management, there can still be a lot of optimization if we are taking a data-centric approach. One example is around tariffs, for example, is the mismatch. So I don't know, any of us who are facilities managers here, I'm certain that a lot of us who probably don't use Venco have had challenges where we are just not meeting up at the end of the month, right? The collections versus what you need to pay to the grid and pay for diesel doesn't match, you know, and sometimes that can get out of hand up to the point where you are cut off the grid. Now, there's something very simple that can help that, and it's again based on data that you have accessible. So a lot of us have actually gone into prepaid metering, so we are doing that right. So we now have meters that are the basis for allocating costs to individual consumers, right? But we don't really have visibility of the bulk supply of energy, right? So for example, you're getting energy in at your transformers or out of your generators. So all we see is the consumption on the individual meters of residents, but we are not collecting the data that matches that aggregate consumption with the supply. So we are all looking at the consumption end, but we are not looking at the supply end. And if we were looking at that, we would very easily see, even before things get to a head, that, hey, we are consuming 200,000 kilowatt hours of energy, you know, every month, but the aggregate of my meters is saying 150, which should then naturally, you know, trigger the question, where is the 50 going, right? So because of that blindness, a lot of us also get into trouble because we are managing, we are robbing Peter to pay Paul, but at some point, things will get to a head, right? And the solution to that is like really simple. You know, there are a number of organizations here, Benko, Shift, Electra, that already give you devices that you are able to look into, that you're able to use to look into the supply side of the energy before consumption, and then immediately identify where there are gaps, right? So someone spoke about ATC and C losses, that's aggregate, technical, commercial,
and collection losses.
Commercial losses. You know, there's also, you know, other types of challenges in the distribution of energy within our communities that many of us are blind to. And unfortunately, a lot of us are veterans in facilities management, but we haven't caught up in that particular area and we suffer for it, right? So data is very key in being able to monitor the consumption end, but also the supply end, and being able to then use that to identify the gaps and bridge that divide. Now, many of us calculate tariffs, you know, maybe at quarterly or on an annual basis even, without the realization that, for example, our communities have common costs, right? So you all have water pumps, water treatment plants, street lights, you know, and all of those things. But when you're calculating your tariffs, you are never really, really conscious of the fact that somebody has to pay for those common area costs, right? So you calculate your tariffs and you charge that directly to the customer, but you're forgetting that you should apply that same tariff to the consumption of your common areas and then divide it equally across everybody. So for the consumers amongst us, as difficult as it may sound, there's another component to the cost of energy that you need to pay, which is a fixed charge, right? Which is your common area costs spread across all the customers equally,
whether you went on vacation, whether you traveled, whether you are not at home, and then it's fixed because that's a sunk cost. You understand? Right. I think that this is also a good place to talk about, we hear a lot. I think even one of the moderators today, Duru Bond, very popular, fellow in this space, talking about how he was specifically looking for communities where he can use solar and kind of be technically off-grid. One of the things that we need to realize when it comes to living in a community is that it requires a certain cultural change. You are no longer the complete master of your own faith, because you have to blend in the requirements and the needs of all the other people. And the reason why even getting solar in is not going to stop you from paying things like communal and fixed costs is because those costs have been sunk already. And when the cost is sunk, so if you bought into a community because it had a backup generator, and then you decide it's a wise idea to get solar, which is good, right? But it does not then remove you from the need to contribute your own portion of the amortized cost of the generator, because it's there already.
Yeah.
You get? So those are the kind of things that we need to be aware of, and that the data that we get from monitoring the production of the generator and the grid, right, makes very clear and stark to us. Because when we are seeing that cost coming up, right, we need to kind of imagine who is going to bear it, right? So, and then there's one more thing around how data is really impactful, especially when it relates to the sizing of the generating capacity in our communities. So the fact that, for example, maybe we're in a 20-unit community or in a 100-unit community does not mean that the load, the consumption of energy is constant for that community. So you'll be surprised that even for a relatively small community, there are times when it spikes. And it is those spikes that actually determine what your generating capacity should be or what your energy mix should be, right? So it might then necessitate that at certain times of the day, you have to have a 350 kVA generator, and at other times of the day, you probably want to go down to a 200 kVA. And that decision to buy that 200 kVA can have a material impact on your ongoing cost, because it means the difference between drinking 20 liters of diesel an hour and 12 liters of diesel an hour. So again, these are things that stand out to you once you're measuring the data and it's really visible to you. And again, there's a bunch of technologies that enables you to have that at your fingertips, and we'll be happy to speak to you at the Banco Start about them later.
Thank you very much, Udi, and aptly put. And I think he embellishes the point that Anthony has made, which is bring everybody on board, right? So that they know exactly where all those costs are, transparency. And if you do that, you help give trust and ensure that tariff is transparent for all. Thank you so much.
Sorry,
Now,
I just wanted to commend Chudi about how he explained how energy and power worked, and hope that some people try to understand those principles, because they are very key.
Julian, just 1 second. We'll come to that on the closing remark, okay? Now, Ugwem, beyond data, right? What do you think is the unlock for estates and communities? Is it just data that is needed for you to ensure that energy is managed efficiently? What exactly can you recommend? Thank you.
Yes, so at Steamaco, our parent company, and Shift Power Solutions, we ultimately believe, and we're on a mission to ensure that every kilowatt hour is visible, traceable, and billable. And so data isn't, you really begin to unlock data or the value behind data when you're able to put action, accountability, and also trust when you can intersect those concepts. And on the accountability side, what we see in the value of data going beyond just setting tariff plans, speaking to the lending point, we've actually been brought in at the early stages of projects when lenders are mandating that project developers, have a technology that they've reviewed that will ensure financial sustainability, and that there's a mechanism for them to recover their costs. So we look at ourselves as a tool for revenue assurance. And so I think that's one way we in the technology space can get upstream onto the greenfield side of things, is by working with the lenders to ensure that their cost and the facility managers or the developers' costs can indeed be recovered. And that's one element where data and the tools can be valuable beyond just the tariff management. Additionally, we've already talked about cost-reflective unit economics, but I'll highlight again that one of the biggest things we see, and Chude's already mentioned this, is on technical and commercial losses, as well as other operating costs that are less tangible. So, whether I use a kilowatt hour from the DISCO or not, there's a cost associated with maintaining and keeping that infrastructure up and running. And so whether we're out of country, in my estate, people say, oh, I'm out of town, I'm out of country for 3-4 months. Why should I be paying this charge or this service charge? Because even if that generator is running on idle, there's a cost associated with that, even beyond the common areas, et cetera. Then the data also is key in really, this is one of our key areas of innovation, is loss and theft detection and mitigating that. Really starting to use, in this day and age, AI to look at consumer behavior and to be able to detect not just in the energy flows, but even in payment activity, where we see abnormalities that should be followed up on. Not all of it is misbehavior. Sometimes there's actually, engineering and technical issues, but the goal is to be able to detect that proactively. We don't want to wait until we're trying to figure out why the bill is this and we've only collected that. And so again, the data that we have is now going beyond what's my credit balance on my meter and what tariff should I charge. It's how can we ensure that, again, we're pricing in a cost reflective manner. I think the last point I want to emphasize is something that was part of the motivation of, for our company moving into this space. It was actually a personal experience of some of my management. Walking into my building and seeing someone, berating the receptionist to reactivate his meter. And really she's not the one, she's not the financial controller, she's not the one to dictate whether there was a discrepancy or not. And it became such a breakdown in the relationship between the stakeholders, between the facility manager, the consumers, and the tenants, as well as, even the technicians and the staff in the community. And because our historical business was working with IPPs and power providers, we understood the challenges they were facing. But as consumers and as a resident, I also empathized with my fellow resident who was frustrated about his meter situation. And we recognized that technology and data was going to start building the bridge of trust between the two. And so with our platform and with several other technologies, including Vencos that we've seen, you're seeing us pioneering visibility. Our customers get to see their usage in real time. So if you think your meter is running fast, you can open an app and you can shut down all your ACs and lights and watch that rate drop. And so you can say, this is what I'm using. And I can see where if my credit goes to zero, I believe that it's because of the energy that I use. I'm not going to wait till the end of the month when I'm saying, why did I pay this much? And I'm going to now debate with my FM. And so the more we can get proactive in building the visibility and the trust, you're not only using that as a tool for revenue assurance for the facility manager or the power provider, but you're empowering consumers. And one of the best cases that I saw is when the diesel subsidy was removed and we saw the prices jump up, our users were able to say, especially our customers in dual tariff communities, were able to actually see get an alert in the app that power has switched, and actually make a choice as to whether to change their course of behavior. Okay, now we won't be using the ACs, or we'll shift our behavior to use heavy loads at a later time. And that empowers consumers and allows them to feel, again, that they're coming to the table, that they're part of the decision-making and part of the conversation.
Thank you very, very much. So in essence, personal accountability is key. That's actually one takeaway. So, and the tools are there for us to ensure that we maintain personal accountability. So for what we're using, we're able to manage efficiently what we are consuming. Thank you very much for your insights. And that brings us to the close of the conversation. And I would like to throw it open to the audience. So my method is to actually get one or two members in the audience to give their takeaway, and another one person or two persons to ask questions. So MC, questions.
Do we have questions? Okay, we're only going to be taking 2 questions, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yoma remains my name. What I want to find out is there's an estate that I know that after the diesel hike, they never ran the generator till date, and the generator is sitting down there pretty. There's back and forth on the tariff. We try to step in to stir things, and there's this huge dichotomy between people who are willing to pay the new tariff, but the greater majority are the people who do not want to pay the tariff. And the once upon a time estate that they didn't want to use small gens and the likes, now you have the whole the whole estate littered with little small generator. How do you, what would you propose? How do you turn this into a win, right, for estates who may be dealing with things like this? And I particularly like the fact that beyond counting what comes out from the individual units, if you have a bulk meter, you get to find out what's the total unit. And if you do that marriage, is it okay to just, what we have consumed from individual units is X, what is in the meter is Y. The difference is we're going to share it across all tenants, whether you are in a 1-bed, studio apartment, 2, 3, or 4. So I would like you to address that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One more question. Who will take the first one?
All right, thank you very much. This is a very interesting session. I want to speak, or I want to ask questions in respect of energy theft. Because when you talk about energy tariff management, then we have to look at that aspect of energy theft. I like the way Mr. Shudu came and told us about taking measurement of the source energy and what you are consuming, and there's a shortfall. So as panelists, how do you advise through using data or technology to address the issue of theft as regards to energy tariff management? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. The first question, I'll start from the last part of the question, where you said, do we now divide the consumption? Like if there's a difference in the energy usage, do you divide it among all the residents equally? That's very wrong to do. You should not do that. You should divide, whenever there's a shortfall, you should calculate and divide based on their consumption. So that means at that particular month, you have sold energy lower than the amount you're supposed to sell it. That's why I said energy tariff is dynamic. So for the estates also you mentioned, Trudy has also mentioned you need to be able to measure what is coming as aggregate from all the units and what is also coming in. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is for you to also bring stakeholders together. It's not also good in estates that everybody should have a say. What I mean is they should have people that are representing them, right? You should have committees. You should have people that are representing them. So I mean ESCOs, right? So that you have some, you have people you will deal with, and you communicate based on what you found out and say, okay, this is what the tariff should be. Then we cascade it to the other members of the estate. I think that's one of the way you can deal with it. So I said 3 things. You have ESCOs in that kind of community. Also, shortfalls should not be shared equally. You should calculate it based on consumption, and you should also use the approach they talked about both input and outputs being the same. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Take the initiative.
Yes. On the shortfall, kind of also piggybacking on what he just said, but what we've done with some of the communities we work with, there is a factor, a ratio that is expected for technical losses from the bulk meter to the consumers. This is where the data-driven approach comes in. The tariff should actually account for that. Commercial losses or losses because people aren't paying or because there's some type of bypassing shouldn't actually reasonably be spread, right? I mean, we have to figure out ways to recover that. But the best way to address with the standard losses would be to, whatever tariff you have, adjust it by the factor that's a standard loss. The technical efficiency losses are coming through. The reason why that's also valuable is then if you do see a mismatch between what the residents have consumed and the bulk meter, you know it's likely coming from user behavior or some type of bypassing. It's not typical efficiency or losses that you would see just by the nature of these electrons moving downstream. So one way to do it is, and again, instead of splitting that discrepancy, is let's get closer to a more cost-reflective and accurate tariff by putting that factor on the rate per kilowatt hour. And then for the question regarding an estate where they haven't used a generator because there's a split between those who will accept the higher rates and not, I think the options really come down to, we are either going to invest in dual tariff meter infrastructure, or users will have to accept that the generator may begin to run, and they have the means to, again, depending on the meter technology deployed, to not consume when the generator is up and running. But there has to be a choice there, and I think that's where the stakeholders coming into play and voting would address that.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much, my panelists. I've been informed that our time is fast spent, so my apologies for not taking your closing remarks. But what I would say is that the key takeaway from this panel is that data is key for you to manage your tariff efficiently. Technology is actually very critical. Artificial intelligence to help look at customer behavior and resident behavior is also key. And with all this tool, like we've seen at the stand, there are a lot of persons that actually provide us some services, and they can be actually used for you to manage your energy efficiently. So thank you once again, my panelists, and have a great day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for every member of this panel session. Please put your hands together for them as they take the photograph. And immediately after this photography session, please, we would like you to step outside for a short interview on the red carpet. Thank you very much. Once again, please put your hands together for them. We're gradually getting to the end of the conference, but we still have a number of things, a number of conversations to have. Right now, I'm going to be introducing the next panel session, which is on smart security and safety for African buildings. Security and safety are non-negotiable. They are very important conversations to be had when it comes to urban communities. And so, this next panel session, we'll be having the head of customer experience at Venco moderate this panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please make welcome Ms. Ajuma, the head of customer experience at Venco. Thank you very much. Please, our panelists would like you to step outside for a very short interview. Thank you very much. Once again, put your hands together for the customer experience at Venco as she comes to moderate the panel session on smart security and safety for African buildings. Please put your hands together for her one more time.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Ajuma. I am the head of customer experience at Venco. and I'm very excited to be moderating this session this afternoon. The theme of the panel is Smart Security and Safety in African Buildings. So for many of us here, we used to think that the idea of security used to mean maybe a gate, a guard, and some visitors logbook or something around. But you know, as our cities evolve, so must our approach to safety evolve. Today, we're going to be talking about a change that has really occurred in our system, in our ecosystem, in our communities. We're going to be talking about a transformation from manpower to mind power, from paper logs to dashboards, from reactions to preventions. We're going to be exploring how people, technology, policies come together to ensure that our communities, our cities, our buildings are safer and smarter. And then I couldn't ask for a better set of voices to unpack this conversation. So I have leaders who represent different layers of this transformation. Please join me as we welcome the panelists. Okay, for the first panelist on my list, I have Mr. Ebenezer Ajomo. He is an IT specialist and safety professional from Lagos State Safety Commission. Please put a round of applause for him as he comes. So the next panelist, we have Mr. Boyega Faleyi, the GM Eco Atlantic City. Please, a round of applause for him as he walks up to the stage. Let's keep clapping, please. Next, we have Mrs. Titilayo. She is the head of Advisory Consulting Education Unit at Halogen. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you. So we have, how many minutes? 40 minutes, but we've been begged to squeeze it into 20 minutes. So we're going to unpack as much as possible. After the conversation, we're going to open the floor to a question and answer session. So if you have any questions while the session is going on, please note them down and you'll be able to ask as we go on. Okay, good afternoon once again. Thank you for joining this session. So there's been a lot of cases around safety lapses. We've heard about fire outbreaks, we've heard about structural issues, and a lot more. And I know that we all play a unique role in policy making, in public housing, in private city management, development and technology. So I'd like to hear our thoughts on what we think is the biggest safety risks issue that is faced by, you have a max, okay. What's the biggest safety issue that is faced by Lagos built environment today? And what lever do we believe can help to reduce this? So that the question is for everybody. So we'll just, yeah, Mr. Ebenezer is going to start.
Good evening, everyone. Safety Commission as a regulator is that agency of government that is saddled with policy making, enforcement, and all of that in terms of safety. So we are not only in the built space, we are in every sector across all socioeconomic areas. But the major concern in terms of safety that we're seeing is that there's no proactive safety culture amongst our people. And I say that because two major incidents are prominent in the built sector: building collapse and the fire. And as Lagos State, about 55% of this happens in Lagos State, which speaks to a larger volume across the whole nation, what happens in Lagos State, and how the built industry needs to own safety as a sector. Our own lever is the culture, technology, and enforcement trinity. That is, we need to start changing culture. We need to start changing our people's culture, from the FMs to the occupants and everything in terms of safety. We need to move from reactive to a more proactive way of handling safety, because we invest so much in security and we leave safety at the back end. Meanwhile, a property could be very secure. You could have the best CCTV, you could have the best security men, but the safety risk factors within that property could be so high that it could may or mar the total operation of that facility. Also, we use technology now. AI is everywhere. So through our data collection systems, we've been able to look at patterns and also design proper systems where incidents or accidents are nipped in the bud before they catalyze. Likewise, we do strategic enforcement. I'm sure you've been hearing of our enforcement within the entertainment space, within the constructions. Some of the FMs or the developers here will have seen some of my colleagues come to either enforce, that is seal of the location, or even come to give some toolbox talk or some level of advice when it comes to the building in question. Another thing we try to emphasize is integrating safety into the design of the building. A lot of developers forget to add emergency exits to their building, or the landing of the emergency exit could be in a weird location that could even put whoever is trying to escape the building at risk. Some of us even forget to even add muster points to our structures. So all of this comes to play in terms of what we do at the Lagos State Safety Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Boyega.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you very much, sir. And I'd like to just pick it up from where you stopped, because you said something about designing safety into the building. I agree with you 101% that we all, have to develop the culture of safety. Every stakeholder, I agree. But I also want to challenge you as one of the regulators, especially in Lagos State. And I'll give an example. I think more due diligence and focus needs to be paid to those designs. I know that at some point in the construction of a building in Lagos, either before you secure your permit to build or whilst construction is ongoing, a fire certificate is supposed to be issued. And the fire service is supposed to come in, review your drawings, and make corrections. However, I don't know how much focus is paid to building standards. I know in Nigeria, we are more inclined to the British standards. And there's this requirement that worries me, especially since I took up a role in Eco-Atlantic, because the entire, approval system for construction is at a new level. It matches international requirements and standards. And I'll give one example. And unfortunately, if a lot of focus had been paid to building standards and codes, maybe some lives today would have been saved. There is what they call a vestibule when you are designing a staircase, or some call it protected lobby. What that means is that if you are doing a medium to high-rise building, your staircase should not open into, say, a car park, or just simply open into an office. It has to open into a lobby. If it does not open into a lobby, then it must be pressurized and then you must have an extractor fan within it. These requirements I don't see in a number of high-rise buildings in Lagos, and by extension in Nigeria. And double back to, I'm not going to mention the name of the building, where the recent fire incident on the island happened. We understand no one was burnt. So most people that died because of suffocation. What happened? The fire incident happened at the basement, smoke rose through the staircases. If that staircase had had protection, because within that lobby, you're going to have 2 fire-rated doors. There is just no way fire comes in that staircase or smoke comes into it. Today, if we had paid good attention and due diligence to designs, and then ensure that that part of the code is applied to designs and then to construction, maybe a number of lives that have gone today would have been saved. So my greatest, worry is the focus and attention that we have put to design. I agree with you, but more importantly, regulators who have the responsibility to either approve or disapprove, and also during construction to either shut down a site that is not in compliance, that is not being done in compliance with the code, or allow it to go. So that's my greatest worry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's hear from you, Mrs. Titilayo. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. I would try to also continue from where you stopped. And let me introduce myself again. So my name is Titilayo Gunde. I head the advisory and consulting unit at Halogen. And one of the reasons it's important that we're having this is because we know that it's important to push the message out there. So that's why I said I like the angle that you're coming from. So security in homes for a lot of people here is just the gates and the physical security. Interestingly, when you talk to people from an expert point of view, they don't just seem to want to have that conversation. They're so much comfortable with, let us go with the physical deterrence, forgetting that at the end of the day, smart security solutions in entirety, an integrated solution is really what keeps the home. So to the question at hand, I think that the biggest risk that we're facing in Lagos right now is the risk of violent and non-violent crimes. At one point or the other, a lot of people experience this. So what do we need to do to fix it? So I would think that the part that is, debatable, it's been said over and over again, is the public-private partnership. How do we make this work? It is truly a partnership approach that really can put an end to this, because when people commit a crime, when they come to steal, when they come to burglar, they're doing it with the intention that they're not going to get caught. So the moment they know that there is a model that would catch them, or that is waiting for them to be caught, the crime would reduce. Because really no one wants to get caught. With the festivity around now, and the season that we're in, it is even increasing. Petty theft, one chances for those who, still are very familiar with the public transport. You hear of these cases every day. So I think that one, for buildings, an integrated solution is truly what works. It is not just the physical security and the CCTV, it's about embedding real security into the home and really thinking about it from the scratch. What do I need to do to prevent this? So you talk about exit, you talk about energy, you talk about, so it's everything interwoven. And then obviously for the parts that affect everyone in general, I think a public-private partnership is still a model that would work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I like that each one of you touched on different points that, instigated a question in my mind. So let's go. I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Ebenezer. So you said that Lagos State Safety Commission is now beginning to enforce
is now beginning to enforce proactive safety culture, one that goes beyond inspections, I guess to, improving or enforcing mandatory drills, muster points and all. But something I didn't get is how. Okay, how are we doing that? And then what's for facility managers and estate developers that are here today, what top standards would you want to see consistently applied across properties?
Okay. Lovely question. So how? That is the big question. In the year 2024, that was last year, the Operational Safety cadre was created at the federal level. That is now a cadre within the public service, and we have a few people who are currently serving as operational health and safety cadre officers, about 28 of them. In our last conference where Mr. Governor came on board, he's currently the commandant of that cadre. We have them broken into 5 of our divisions right now, cutting from Oshodi to Keja, Ibejuleki, across about 5 zones. These officers are mandated to go to facilities, be it construction, baking, or everything, to also help aid what is in existence, because the idea is that you self-regulate, because there's a lot of government funds going into chasing people to do what they need to do. So the idea is that you self-regulate yourself. What you are coming to do is just our oversight function to check, okay, what you have in your documents, what your standards you've created for your operations. Because we believe in the build sector, we have very intellectual people, and we believe they don't want to cut corners. So government doesn't want to come and say, do like this, or you need to do this. We believe you know the standards and what your building should look like in terms of safety. And you're building it for human beings, not I don't know, phantoms or ghosts. You're building for human beings, and they're supposed to be the ones to occupy. So you put it in consideration that what I'm building, I should build for humans, and it should be sustainable. Likewise, for the estate managers, I have a few things I would just want them to also implement. Ensure that you have a proper emergency preparedness plan, not just in documentation, but in reality, meaning that in case an emergency happens in your facility, what will I do, or what should the occupants do? Do you have a well-designed escape route layout that all of your occupants understand? In case there is an outage, maybe sometime in the midnight, do you have emergency lighting within the structure to lead people to safety? Do you also have proper access controls in your building? Who and who has access? You bring in technicians from outside to do 1 or 2 things within your facility, but they're not documented. You bring in someone to maybe do maintenance, and this person is not from a credible institute, simply because you're trying to reduce the cost overhead that you need to charge your occupants, or you're trying to be funny, let's just put it that way. Also, digital incident reporting. We feel you need to always report all the incidents, because these are the data we need to also extrapolate and run through the AI that we are currently using to read patterns. A mishap or a near miss is important. Just report it. We're not coming there to come and seal up, but we could also come and advise, to say, okay, what you've done or what has happened was not well managed. Like my other colleague had said, we were there and we did our own bit of our job, also in the report, to advise and say this and this were not done when the report was sent. So amongst other things, safety in leadership also. Ensure that our leaders, our facility managers, our companies will lead by example, and we ensure that safety takes the lead in what work we do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that very insightful response. So, Mr. Boyega, this is to you. Eco Atlantic is essentially a city in a city, right? And you had mentioned that safety should be enforced. So with your knowledge today of safety, how do you do that across such a place with so many independent factors across buildings, developers? How do you ensure that, safety and proper access control is implemented?
All right, so thank you very much. And even though the infrastructure had been done to the best of standards, but it's still a city that is growing. We're probably at about 5-7% of our capacity. So but it's fast growing. I think there is a new, interest in the city now. And a number of developments are coming up and are trending upwards. But let me quickly go to your question. Like I said, we have so part of the concession the city has from Lagos State is to be almost autonomous. So we have our own LASPA, we own our own LABSCA. So every building is subjected to stringent regulations, right? Not only the local regulations within the city, you are also required at some point, all your documentation and designs are sent for a peer review. So these peer reviewers are also consultants who are top guys in their own field. And we get all that report. We compare that with the regulations before we give you a permit. So it is, for instance, in Eco Atlantic today, most of the new buildings coming up have, for instance, what I said about the code in regard to the staircase. So you can be sure that you are not going to have an incident of fire in a building where people suffocate because of rising smoke. And we've been able, because you can't start construction until we'll approve for you. And then we have a whole team, like they also have in Lagos State, that follows up and ensure compliance with regulations during your construction. So you can't cut corners because those guys are there every day, working with your consultants, working with the developers. It's a tough call, because ordinarily people want to cut corners because the requirements too are not cheap in the sense that they cost money. If you're having an additional room for your staircase to open into, if you put that into cost, concrete and block wall is a cost. But because we have a strong regulatory framework in play, that has ensured that people align. A couple of older buildings are not as aligned because they've been built before the regulations came. So it is by regulation, and it's also by ensuring that we are ahead of the developers in the knowledge that we have and in our approach to enforcing compliance with those regulations. It's like, how do I put it? It's like it's a model. FLS is fire, life, and safety. It's at the forefront. It's even more important than utilities because we're talking about lives here. It's at the forefront. By the time you come to us, you come with your strategy, your FLS strategy for your development. We are in charge of the built environment and everything that goes in there, right? But for every building that is developed, there are stringent, regulations in place which you don't have a choice but to adhere to. And that's how we've been able to rein in developers and ensure that the buildings are built to the best of FLS standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really clear. Thank you so much. Mrs. Titilayo, you had mentioned that one way to reduce these risks is by embedding integrated systems that, improve security. While I completely agree with you, I see these fail so many times. And not because the technology does not work, but because people resist change. So from your experience as a consultant, how would you suggest that change management is handled? How would you suggest that organizations shift from, what they know to secure culture or safety culture?
Thank you so much. This is a core question, right? And especially because of the time that we're in now. It's important that people are not just spending money on infrastructure. If it's not going to be used or adopted, it's important that you are clear from the beginning that this is going to yield its fruits. Else it's just a wasted investment. So for obvious reasons, anything that has to do with people is usually very difficult. And so one of the things you have to embed in whatever you're building is a change culture, first and foremost. So one is to understand the why behind why this is going to be done, why you're building this essentially. So redefine the why in the technology so that it's clearer to people, the role that it plays. So technology in security is an enabler, right? So that change or that notion has to be clear from the beginning. So the second thing is that it's also important to engage all stakeholders from the very beginning before work even starts. When I say stakeholders, it's very easy to think, oh, let's call all the heads of units. No, this is everyone down to the T has to buy into the project from the beginning, has to buy into the idea of why this is important. Because a little sabotage can truncate the whole thing. So it's important to get everyone aligned really before the project even starts or before work even commences. A third point is to train and retrain continuously. So people are resistant to change because they don't know how to use it. You've just deployed something that looks beautiful, but without training people on how to use it, and also understanding the human factor. Not everyone learns on the same level. Not everyone learns at the same pace, right? So you have to understand the human dynamics in training. And that's why it's not just a one-time training, it's a training and retraining. A fourth point for me will be to have a system and to encourage a system that allows people to fail forward and not be afraid of failing. You don't want to look like the one who does not know how the newest technology works, right? So, but if people are afraid of failing, if people are afraid of being caught, then they would not embrace it from the get-go. So that system that allows people to say, oh no, today it's okay, you can just press that thing. And guess what? Once you're done with this, there's something I really want to show you in my office. It will teach you better. So just be that open to making people understand that everyone really can partake in this. And I think the last point for me on this one is to lead by example. You have to be the change that you want to see, and you have to continuously encourage that change. If it calls for you to have some form of innovation session, some form of what's the word now? Some form of something that encourages people as a package. Once you're able to do this, you get this in return. Just lead by example and then encourage people to also adopt the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I just want to throw a buttress on your fourth point. I try to tell people that people fight what they do not understand. So when people try to come on the Benko platform, we get, when we are faced with maybe a bottleneck, for instance, the stakeholders are on it, they are all interested, but they are coming back to say, oh, our residents are saying they don't want it. Our residents don't like it. Our residents said, the first question I try to ask is, have you made them understand what this system is bringing, the improvements, the ease, and then the dangers of not having these systems on board? So it is very important that you try to explain as much as possible. Where you said continue training, train to train. So it's very important that you continue to explain and explain and explain until they get it. So our time is actually up, but we're just going to open the floor for questions. So if you have any questions, we'll try as much as possible to take maybe 2. So if you have any questions, please raise up your hand and the mic will be passed to you. And kindly direct your question to someone on the panel if not, we can just answer.
We're just taking one question? Okay. 2. All right.
Good day to you. My name is Daniel, and I'm from Home Inspectors Nigeria. So we are like a quality assurance company, and I would like to know, what are the provisions, because we ensure quality from at every stage of the build. I want to know the provisions you have for third-party inspection companies to verify the safety and security of the properties around us. Yeah.
All right, so we'll take one more question from that man at the back and the lady in red, and that's all. So please, let's make it very snappy.
Good afternoon. My question is to the Lagos State representative. And one thing is you should also link safety, because we are in a real estate event, you should also link safety to provision of housing to citizens. Recently, the Lagos State government demolished houses and in Yanaworo. So where do you expect those people to live? That is a question. Those people have been displaced from their ancestral land. If those houses were demolished for safety concerns, where do you want them to stay? So, and also, what is the latest technology you've been deploying in recent times to encourage that homes are safe enough? Because we've discovered in so many houses are being marked for demolition, whereas no technology was deployed to really ascertain the safety standard of those houses. You just mark because maybe they've not settled some boys. So what are you doing? What are the safety measures? What are the safety mechanisms you currently being deployed? And for the man in from
all right.
Oloweko, sorry, what do you call it? Eco Atlantic. So how cooperating is the Lagos State government to ensure that the homes being built there are meeting safety standard, and that not as if somebody just come and he just started building. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. It looks like a personal attack. All right, so please, the last person, we only have 1 minute to answer all of these questions so we can move into the final panel session for today. We only have 1 minute to answer all the 3 questions. We can't answer any other question.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So my question goes to the Venco staff. So I understand that Venco helps communities to track, communicate, and act faster in emergencies, during emergency situations. So I want to know how practical, the access control system, the event management, and emergency modules that Venco has, how practically can we apply them in situations like in emergency situations relating to estates and building managers, and to manage emergencies to curb risks? Thank you.
Okay. So my brother, he asked, what role does Lagos State allow third-party, was it inspectors now? Third-party what? Inspectors. Okay. The Lagos State Safety Commission has a part of its law that allows it also employ consultants. We call them consultants in quotes. People who have expertise in safety, and they go through a proper documentation and assessment before they are onboarded upon the Lagos State Safety Commission as a consultant. So if you have the technical skills, or your company seems to offer a kind of service in that line, our doors are open. You can always come to our office there in Alausa, Block 18B, with your application, even with your proposal. Definitely, if you meet the minimum safety standards that we have, you'll be put on board. Then also for my brother, in terms of the building collapse, Lagos State Safety Commission does not demolish buildings. Those who do are the LABCA, I can't remember the name, Building Control Agency. And I think they have their parameters for identifying buildings that need to be demolished. One, there could be an issue with the integrity of the building. Two, it could be that they don't have proper documentation or permits to occupy that space. Yes, you might call them ancestral lands, but the Lagos State government also always reminds people to properly document their buildings. Though the process may be a bit tedious, but I'm sure if those buildings are properly documented and captured properly and are in the right safety, I would call it now, they are in the right safety space in terms of the structure is safe for habitation, they won't be demolished. Because development is continual. If you are occupying a land that is on the right of way of an airport, or in right of way of a railway line, or is already earmarked in terms of the physical planning approval for that area for farming, you cannot build a building there and say, because we got here first, I can build here, or because government has not been here for the past 20, 30 years, it doesn't mean that they won't still touch your building. So ensure that whatever landed property you are trying to buy, you go to confirm a use case, because you cannot build a commercial you cannot build a commercial structure in a residential structure and not expect government to come and meet you, or you cannot build a living structure within the right of way of a government facility and it's already earmarked for development for that government facility. There's no how those things will not happen. So also, sorry to add more, a lot of us are building structures without setbacks. There's a reason why a setback is there. It's for expansion and for development. So if you forget to include a setback in your structure and government comes tomorrow and tells you, okay, want to expand this road, and they eat your fence or it's a part of your building, it's all on you because you refuse to include those things in your design. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
Oh, okay. So the question about the Atlantic, right? And with Lagos State, the corroboration. Okay, I mean, like I had said, even our own regulation is even more stringent than that of Lagos State. But at the end of the day, because the governments have a responsibility, right? They have oversight on what happens in the city. What we do on a yearly basis, every building that we had approved, we render a report to them. And so they have the opportunity at that point to do a review. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, so to answer the final question, you asked how practical Venco access control, emergency feature, and the event feature how practical it can be in emergency situations. So I'll start by saying that if the Venco access control is beyond giving entry into an estate, it provides digital footprints for estates. So let's say there's a fire outbreak today and this estate uses a manual visitor's logbook. That paper is going to be the first to burn. If there is a flood today, that paper is going to be the first to vanish. So this access control creates a report. It creates something digital in the back end that can give first responders access to the number of people in the building and how to, focus their energy, their efforts. Is there someone here? Is everybody that came into this building, are they already out? What exactly are we looking at for? We've had a lot of situations where, people got missing because of a collapsed building. So this access control system can help provide important information about everybody that had entered into that building and just helps first responders. For the emergency feature, it alerts first responders. So when someone creates an emergency on an estate, maybe there's an accident or there's a fire outbreak or something, it alerts people that are supposed to come and assist in that situation, FRSC, everybody that can come in to people, said even your neighbors can see that alert and, you know, run to your aid. For the events management feature, it just helps to reduce crowd in gatherings. For instance, you have a football pitch or a swimming pool and someone says, I want to have a party here. But if you use the event management feature, you are able to tell how many people is this person trying to bring into our estates by the people that has RSVP'd for this event. It can even help with your mustard point engagement, right? So you're able to see, okay, if all the estates come out to be in this hall, will the hall be able to take them? How many people have, you know, indicated interest to attend this activity? So these things are how Venco and the things we do in Venco can help move our culture, estate culture, from doing a lot of analog things or manual things to really digital stuff, because it helps to just preserve your records. With this, I'm just going to quickly wrap up this session. So what are the key points that we have noted from this session? So one of them is safety is everybody's business. Prevention must become a culture. So we have to move from a place of reaction to prevention. Policy is moving towards proactive, you know, enforcement. Community needs readiness. Mr. Ebenezer mentioned it over and over again. Estate managers, community, you need a readiness plan. So it's not when the emergency has already happened that we're trying to go out of it. It still boils down to being preventive with your approach and not reactive. Thank you very much for staying with us on this session, and thank you to my distinguished panelists. I hope you have a good afternoon.
All right, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the members of this panel session. Can we please have a photo session? Mr. Chude, please, we need you here on the stage for the photo session as well. Mr. Chude. All right. Like we have heard, please do not just buy land from Omonile and think you've hit the jackpot, okay? So right now, we're going to be having the last panel session for today. I know it's been a long day, and thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much for staying till this particular moment. We're almost done with the event. So for now, we're going to be having the last panel session. And the last panel session is themed Unlocking the Data Economy of Urban Living. We're talking data. Obviously, data is the new oil. So ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this panel, I'm going to be calling on stage Dr. Roland Igbinoba. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome Dr. Roland Igbinoba to moderate this panel, just themed Unlocking the Data Economy of Urban Living. Thank you very much. Is our panelists, you can please step out for the interview session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Igbinoba. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up stage. Thank you so much, Dr. Roland Igbinoba. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so to join me on this panel. So I'll just call on Tunde Balogun, CEO, Small. Please, a round of applause as Tunde comes up. So I also have Miss Anna Busowan, CEO and founder for Runner. Please, a round of applause, please. Also, I have Mohamed Fatal, CEO for Sky Suites. Please, a round of applause for Mohamed. Okay, it's online, so I hope the technical guys can help us get Mohamed on. And then I have Sheung CFO, the Chief Financial Officer at Number. I can't see this last name. Oshukeye, I think. Please, a round of applause for Sheung, CFO at Number, please. And then we have Owoye Joseph from MTN, Senior Manager at MTN. Please, a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Hello, sir. Please, can you say something? Want to check the audio?
Yes, hello. Can,
Okay, so what?
can you hear me, please?
It's supposed to be 40 minutes, but we're going to try and do this in 20 minutes. Just because of time.
Okay.
So we're looking at
Still check it.
right
Come again, sir.
from
Yeah, hello, Tammy.
okay,
Yeah, you can hear me fine?
I hear you. Please come again, sir.
you know, all of
Yeah,
us
yeah.
are
Now
involved
is good.
management of property. So as a result of that, you have family, you have household, you have people,
Yeah, Tammy, but I can't hear them.
workers, all of the areas where we operate. Now the question is at the back end of whatever.
Okay, just continue like an intro while we keep testing the audio till we are fine. Just keep talking, just give an intro or something, just keep saying something till we are fine with the audio.
The app, for lack of a better word.
Okay. Are they hearing me on stage right now or intro to you?
Okay, we are fine now.
Hello?
We're fine? Okay. I should give an intro?
You can start now.
Sorry, is that Mohammed, right? Can you hear us?
Yes, please. I can hear you. It's a bit low voice, but we'll try my best. All right. Everyone can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you, Mohammed.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure to have all of you. And I wish I could be there in person, definitely. I'm Mohammed Fatal. I'm the CEO of Sky Suites. We manage over 100 properties on Airbnb in Ghana and Dubai at the moment. And it's a pleasure to be here and share any insights that we have with everyone. Thank you.
I'll jump quickly into the conversations that we had for today. So, and I'll start with you, Tunde. Okay, so your friend has basically helped charging rent and tenants, right? So, my question to you would be, how would you see tenant behavior across several transactions that you guys have done? And how do you think it helps in terms of affecting their cost of living? Okay, so the behavior of tenants generally, just looking at how they operate and how they behave.
Thank you, Doctor. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Small Small. Small Small is a technology-based marketplace that is helping Nigerians meet their housing and household needs. We've been in business 7 years now. It's been a lot of learning for us. We are one of the pioneers in the monthly rental space, as back as 2017, and one of the few ones that are still standing today against all odds. So the rental bit, even though we've evolved beyond rental, we are in sales now, and we also e-commerce, allowing people to buy their household needs and pay for it in installments, just as they will rent and buy houses and pay for it in installments, right? So gadgets, electronics, just things that you need in your home. So we have the marketplace now, which is a small marketplace that caters to that, from housing to household, right? But going back to the genesis, which is the rental bits, I mean, the rental markets or the housing is a basic human need. I think everyone here would agree. We all know that. And the rental market is usually the first ladder, the first step in the housing market for anyone. Even if you stay in your parents' house till it's going to get to a stage where you need to get your own home. And it's not everyone that gets the luxury of moving from maybe their parents' house to their own homes that they bought, right? With the exception of few people, I think majority, the masses, will at some point go into the rental market, right, to rent homes. But when you see the challenges, prevailing challenges in the rental market, as it has to do with even our own space in Nigeria, where when you're trying to rent here, you have to pay 1-2 years upfront. You have to pay agency fee, legal fee, and these fees are not, they've been so commoditized now that they sometimes agents don't even use percentage anymore. They just slap. You are trying to rent a property of 500,000. They are telling you the what's it called? The agency fee is also 500,000, not even 5% or 10%. And that is happening a lot these days because that 5% that they used to collect before is nothing anymore. It's nothing anymore. It comes like maybe 20,000 or 30,000, which they could have before. It will amount to something. But now it doesn't amount to anything. So, and they don't want to do that amount of work, taking you to inspect different properties and collect 30,000 naira. So they will just a flat fee, 500,000, 200,000. And by the time you have all of those fees together, you'll be like, am I still renting, or I want to be the owner of this house, or am I buying this house? Those are some of the challenges that rental, people looking to rent, they go through. So one of the things we've done with our platform from the onset is we don't charge any of these fees. We don't charge agency fee. We don't charge legal fee. And we try to, even with the rent, today you go and check our platform, a property that you're paying for monthly, and you compare it, maybe a similar property in that location that you're paying for 1 year upfront. You almost see that the rental price is almost the same, or still maybe slightly higher because of the premium we need to give to the landlord. But the value where you don't have to pay agency fee, you don't have to pay legal fee and these other fees, and we don't even collect money for you to inspect properties. Those are things, because we came into this space really wanting to solve problems. And that is what has helped us to stay the course against all us, like I said, right? Someone was making a joke recently that, no, there was an article, not a joke, that says that a lot of prop tech company that came into the space, they are not in business anymore. And that's true. Some really well, founders that meant well, that really wanted to solve problems, right? But when you look at what it takes to survive in a very traditional space, like Nigerian real estate markets, from rental to ownership and all of that, you realize that you are really fighting demons, literally. But we have stayed the course. We were very definitive in what we wanted to achieve, and that has helped us, and evolving also has helped us stay in business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tunde. I'll quickly move because of time. I'll move to you, Bisa. Okay, you manage a lot of talent, right? Community mobility flows. You are engaging, support services across the community. So I just want you to jump in real quick. Remember, we're talking about unlocking data economy, right?
Yeah.
So security. Now, in doing that, in managing people, you need to then carefully align security, privacy, and convenience.
Yeah.
Right? How are you able to do that and still ensure that your users are happy?
Thank you very much. So what we do at Runner, one of the most important parts of our process has been how do we store the data of skilled workers across Africa, just the same way LinkedIn is like, so we are the LinkedIn for skilled workers. And one of the things you notice is some skilled workers will commit a crime in VGC and run to Bagada to go and work. And, there is no data point there's nothing to hold them accountable. So that's why our platform has been there. And using something as simple as your unique identification number, like your NIN, we lock you into our platform. And even before coming here, I was in police station. It's part of my day-to-day. Me and the police were like this, because a lot of skilled workers, You hear stories. So one of the things that data does for us is once a skilled worker commits a crime, before that data is stored nowhere. It's just on platform now. Wow, this thing happened now. Wow, that's the end. But with our platform, you can report them, and we would store that data. So when he goes to work for you, it will show blacklisted. No, when he works for you, it will now show that the driver you want to employ has stolen someone's car before. So we're using data to create far more security where employers and even estates are more secure. They know who's coming in and know your history and know if you have gone through rehab, because a lot of skilled workers need rehab. Yes.
Thank you very much. That's very, very interesting. I'll quickly come to you, Sheung. So we're looking at unlocking, using data, has all the data that we have, helping urban economy. I mean, you run a fintech, business. How is data at the back end enabling you to sort of provide funding, whether it is lifestyle, whether it is business, for these people?
Thank you very much, Doctor. All right. So for us in Number, just like you mentioned, we are a fintech, right? And for us, it's more than a business. It's more than just a payment processing, right? For us, it's about everything that happens, all the transactions that goes through our system at the point when you are making payments, whether you are paying for your electricity, whatsoever collections that we are getting, right? We are able to see the consistency, we are able to see the trend, we are able to see your expenses, your income, and based on all those information, we are then able to make a data-driven insights from it to say, hey, for this particular person, we could actually offer you up to X amount in loan, right? We can offer you up to X amount, right, for you to be able to power whatsoever you want to do, whether it's for an estate that wants to do asset financing, you want to buy let's say a big generator, or you want to do the lighting for the whole estate and the likes, even for individuals, right? The individuals in the community who are using Number actively. We are able to see your transactions. We are able to see what you are doing. And based on that, right, we are able to give you a very, very easy and affordable financing options that will help you as an individual, help you as a community, and even for business owners, right? So that's the way we typically make use of data today in Number.
So it means that I don't have to get collateral or bring my mom to come and collect money from Number. Interesting.
Yeah,
okay,
that's actually the truth.
Right.
For Number, right, we don't ask for collateral. It's only when you're asking for maybe like above 100 million naira thereabout. That's when we start asking for collateral. But based on the collections and everything, we are able to make an informed
No, that's
decision.
fine. Don't worry, Sheung. I'll follow you after the meeting and try that out. All right, Joseph. So how is MTN engendering all of this unlocking of data? Are there packages? Are there some advanced infrastructure? Because the truth is, the challenge is, I mean, throughout today, we've tried to connect with a few of the speakers online. You can see that there's some level of, even though we are succeeding, right? But how is your firm helping in engendering all of that data economy?
Okay, so the thing about it is that MTN, or maybe internet service providers generally, power the life of people. So from entertainment, you talk about fintech now, into everything that we do, you'll see that it's powered by internet connectivity, as it were. And you're also saying it today that in terms of these events, that you're also trying to look at powering it with internet. So that's what summarizes in terms of what MTN does. However, are there challenges? Yes, there are. Are we at the El Dorado state? No, we are not. And that's the reason why at MTN, what we do is that we collaborate with all stakeholders
players within the ecosystem across to be able to see that how do we co-create, how do we collaborate to make the delivery of this easier. And you also see some level of so much of investments, multi-dollar investments in infrastructure. You understand that our environment here, when it comes to infrastructure, is also a challenge. You have so many things to deal with. You have the regulators to deal with. You have the individuals to deal with. You have the mindset of the people also to deal with. So many things to deal with. But you see, like you also acknowledge that there have been improvements over time. 10 years ago, in terms of internet, it's not the same experience now. I think I was joking with some people recently, and I said that kids that are born this digital native era, you see that they will begin to wonder, how did we, or how have we been surviving without internet? And that's just to tell you that there has also been a total shift in terms of the experience that we have. And like I said, years ago, the experiences as regards connectivity is not the same now. We are seeing bigger, better, bolder investments in the technology. And I think every one of us, all stakeholders, both individual, corporates, all segments, we are better off for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As we plan to wrap up because of time, Mohammed, I just want to ask, right? How can data, and looking at your region, how can data lower the operating costs, okay, and improve investors' confidence?
Sorry, the voice cut, but I think you were mentioning investor confidence. So with short-term rentals, the good thing is we have so much data about where the guest is booking, how much is he paying. Usually guests might, for example, if they book in one, I don't know the area as much in Nigeria, but we know, okay, so many guests are booking in this area, this is the average rent they're paying. And having that data be available, transparent, can increase investor confidence. They know that if I invest in this building, this is the amount I can be able to retrieve. Please, I just need to make sure, can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello?
Go ahead, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh,
Go
you can
ahead.
hear me. Okay, sorry, yeah, it was cutting. So the data we have is we have what are the types of guests booking. These guests, what are their nationalities? Is he coming from Nigeria, Ghana, America? We need to be able to have this data so that we can identify which types of people are booking these short-term rentals. Where are these people booking? Are they booking studios, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom? Which areas are they focused on? So in the short-term rental industry, we have a lot of rich data that can benefit the people who are developers interested in building more units so that they know how to sell their product. And it can even bring foreign investors so that there's enough transparency on that. And regarding bringing down the maintenance cost, I think with the data, if we're able to monitor their energy consumption, the Wi-Fi data usage they're doing, and do it across multiple data points, it can help identify where there's possible leakages. And back to also the data on the pricing. Once we have the data on the pricing and the algorithms and how things are going, it can help also know if people are overpricing their units or underpricing. So I feel collaborating with the short-term rental industry, developers, the counties, or the governments, we can really bridge that gap together and find similar solutions. And one last point I think would be security. As a short-term rental operator, we always need to know, as one of the colleagues was mentioning, same way we're skilled workers, you don't want to hire someone who's blacklisted somewhere and then come. We also don't want someone who is known as a security threat to access these units. So we should find a system where these people coming in, we're able to have their data, share it with the relevant authorities, so that as a property owner, we don't want to host these people, and we don't want to host people who also endanger other residents. So there's many opportunities that can be opened up, tracking this data, collecting it all together. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mohammed. Thank you so much. I'm afraid we can't
Thank you very much.
with the presentation, but in just wrapping up, right? And I would just say this is a yes or a no question, right? So, and I'll start from you. Just a yes or a no question. So, would you say payment data is the new collateral? You know, yes or no? Payment data, yeah. Having payment data would be the new collateral, yes or no?
Yes.
New payment collateral, right? Okay, what about you, Miss On? Payment data, new collateral?
Yes.
No, I won't even ask you. So
Oh,
today, right?
definitely, yes.
Yes, right? So we all agree that, you know, the data we have at the back of payments will be the new collateral to be able to assess opportunities. On that note, please, a round of applause for my panelists. Please, a round of applause. Please, you guys are not clapping. We finished right on time. Yeah, that's great.
All right, once again, please put your hands together for all the members of this panel session. We're gradually coming to the final end of this beautiful conference. Before we take the closing address, would like to have rather a special launch segment of new Venco products. And ladies and gentlemen, please, I want you to put your attention on the stage as the Venco team unveils the next big thing in urban technology. And I also like to Mr. Chude. Is Mr. Chude in the building? We'd like you to take pictures. Mr. Chude, please, we'd like you to have you on stage to take pictures with the other panelists. Mr. Chude, please, wherever you are, we'd like you to come to the stage to take pictures with the panelists. So please, can we have the product launch on display on the screen? All right, Mr. Chude is on his way. He is on his way. So right now, we're going to be unveiling a special product by Venco. So please, I want you to put your attention on the screen. There's going to be a display on the screen. Okay. All right. So, well, before we have the display, I would like to introduce to the stage, to welcome to the stage, Ms. Gina and Pristine to talk on the Venco event. Please, a round of applause for them. A round of applause for Ms. Gina and Pristine as they come to the stage. Please, let's keep the energy high. Let's keep the energy high. We're almost done. And once again, thank you very much for staying this long. Thank you so much for your patience and, you know, for your contribution and participation thus far. As Ms. Pristine and Ms. Gina make their way down to the stage, please put your hands together for them. Keep clapping for them. We're about to unveil a new set of products from Venco. Have Pristine, yeah, and of course, Ms. Gina also making her way down to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pristine, and I'm a product engineer at Venco. And with me is Mrs. Gina.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Georgina Bellucci of Events by Bellucci. I'm here with Pristine to talk about the Venco app. Quick question, with a show of hands, how many of you have enjoyed yourselves today? How many of you have learned something today? Oh, great. Thank you. Great.
You. And how many of you registered for this conference, the REMA conference? Thank you. All right, so right now, you all have been experiencing a product called Events by Venco. And within the next few minutes, we'll be talking to you on why that matters.
So as a premium event planner, I use multiple sophisticated tools to manage my events. Registration platforms, guest management services, ticketing software. But here's the reality. Most of those tools are expensive. They're complex and they're simply an overkill, yeah, for everyday events. And even with all my tools, the truth is, when I work with estates, the security integration problem still exists. Guest lists sometimes don't sync. Admission is still manual chaos. People call you up and they're complaining, right? Now that's where Events by Venco changes the game.
Events by Venco is simple, smart, and affordable. It is designed for any event, anywhere. Here's how it works. First, you create your event on our mobile app, providing all the basic information required for that event. Secondly, you share the generated RSVP link to your guests, just those you want within your event, to register, after which they get their access code to which they can use to gain access within the event.
Guess what? You don't need to live in a Venco-powered estate to use Events by Venco. Anyone can organize any event, anywhere, at a fraction of the cost of enterprise event platforms. Now, I'm going to tell you why it works. Here's why I would recommend the Events by Venco app, even though I have access to multiple platforms, right? First off is simplicity. So my clients can use it themselves without requiring any training, which again is a relief for me because I get to save some time, yeah? There's also affordability, which means there are no subscription fees or per ticket fees. There's also the ability to integrate into your existing estate apps, which means that it solves the security sync problem that other platforms ignore. There's also the SMS admission feature, which means that professional guest experiences, you get that without the expensive hardware. So, I mean, for me, that's such a bonus. And then the most beautiful thing about that is that this app works everywhere and anywhere. You can use it in estates, you can use it in hotels, you can use it in event centers, you can use it for your outdoor venues. And then you can also use it for all sorts of events, birthdays, corporate events, naming ceremonies, getting together with your guys in your house over Salah. You can use it for anything. It just works. Yeah? Go ahead, please.
All right. And who is this? What is the benefits to using this? As an FM within your estate, you don't, need to worry about what activities are going on within your estate in terms of parties that you're not aware. Every event goes through you. You get to see it and you're fully aware of it. Estate managers and securities are fully aware of it. Every single event going on within your community is within your control. And like she said earlier, you can also use it outside your community, and you don't need to bother about anything else. This conference is proof that it works. It's smart, simple, and affordable. Download the Venco app.
Download the Venco app. We'll tell you that for free. What you can do is visit venco.africa. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Pristine and Gina. Thank you so much. All right, so now we have Faye Shayo on stage as well. Faye Shayo and Mr. Anthony. Please put your hands together for Faye Shayo and Mr. Anthony. Please, a round of applause for them as they come forward. A round of applause. Let's put our hands together, please. Thank you. We're almost done. We're almost done.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, thank you for coming to the REMA conference. My name is Faye Shayo. I'm the head of People Success at Venco. With me on stage is Anthony Oisage, whom you've seen a few times on stage. We're here to formally launch the Venco FM Academy, which is a training program aimed at upskilling facility managers across, our various communities. I'll then just let Anthony give us a brief about the program.
Okay, thank you so much, Felicia. So this program will be running for 6 weekends for facility managers, because looking at everything that happened here today, we can say that, and we all know that there's a gap in the industry that we need to fill. So the core learning areas will be foundations of facility management, building systems and maintenance, health, safety and environment, financial and energy management, customer service and account management, digital FM operations, and smart estates systems. So the first cohort is going to be happening in January 2026, and it's going to be by invitation alone. So if you want to be part of it, you can reach out to Venco for that cohorts. So other cohorts after them, the first cohort is free, so you need to take advantage of that. After them, the other cohorts will be paid for. So we are taking facility managers, those that have just left the school, those that are already working as facility managers, or if you have people from your facility management company, you can list them as part of the cohorts. Thank you, Patient.
All right, thank you, Anthony, for that. Again, just to wrap up this session, the idea behind the FM Academy is for us to be able to create a pipeline of highly qualified facility managers, because again, one of the themes of the conference has been around how we're able to effectively manage urban living areas. Now, for those who would like to register their interest in being part of the cohort or make further inquiries about the program, you can send an email to info@venco.africa, and then we'll be responding to you after this conference. So once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for them. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, without wasting more of our time, I would like to welcome up stage Mr. Chude. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Chude as he comes forward. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome him. Let's give him a very, very warm welcome. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your time and for being here by this time. So I think there are two things I want to discuss. The first one is our energy sensors. And we wanted to speak to those who are operating communities about these. And then after that, I will do my keynote speech, and that will be, I think, it for me for today. So one of the things we spoke about earlier in one of the panels that I was on was how data is very crucial in correct decision making in the communities we are, especially when it relates to power. And we built some technology around that, which are our energy sensors, which we have partnered with one of our companies on. And what those are supposed to do is that you are supposed to be able to mount them on the different sources of energy in your communities, and they tell you how much energy has been exported into these communities. So that way you are able to tell how much energy your generator provided, how much energy that your transformer provided, even though you can see that on your grid or disco bill. We also have a way for you to double check that just to make sure that it's accurate. And then that information then comes together to help you determine what the optimal tariff in your estate should be. We have also built out some models that work with these sensors so that when you input the information that you get from the sensors into these models, you are then able to ideally calculate what the ideal tariff and fixed charge in your community is. These sensors are available on a subscription basis. So you technically don't need to buy the sensors. So you can pay for them on a monthly subscription basis, which enables you to install the sensors and have information transmitted to your dashboard on the Venco platform. So from your dashboard, you are able to see information like how much energy the different sources produced. You are able to see what's the uptime and downtime for the energy was. So how many hours of generator did you run? How many hours of disco grid was there? And if you have other backup energy sources, such as solar panels and microgrids, you are also able to look at what the energy contribution was, as well as the availability of that source of energy. Once you have all of this information together, you should then face no problems in determining what the ideal tariff is for your community, thereby making sure that you have revenue assurance, you minimize conflict with your residents, and you are on top of the game in terms of the ideal sizing for your generators and backup energy sources. So if you want to learn more about these sensors, please meet the people at the Venco stand, and they'll be able to show you about the sensors. And you can also meet the people at the Electra stand, and they'll be able to provide more information on them. And hopefully that helps you to improve the efficiencies in your community. So thank you very much for that. I would now like to close with my presentation on the future of African real estate systems beyond the build. And we want to talk about how communities are becoming Africa's next economic frontier. So many of us think about communities as the way in which where people live, but communities are beyond where people live. They are also ecosystems for commerce, right? All of us in communities, consume things. We consume goods, we consume services, right? And basically, there is a shift in Africa's urban story from single resident households or buildings to multi-resident, multi-occupant buildings. So many of us live in estates, we live in apartment blocks, we live in gated streets. We also work in communal environments, for example, shopping malls and shopping complexes. That is increasing across the continent, especially in urban areas, and there are opportunities with them. Because when you concentrate people in communities like this, opportunities arise, and not just in providing them the direct services, such as utilities, such as services, cleaning, security, and all of that, but because the people in there live, sleep, eat, and work within some of those communities, you are then able to provide third-party services to them. And this is becoming a more prevalent way, opportunity for people to live. Okay, so communities are living economies. In your community, you hire drivers, you hire nannies, you hire security people, you buy goods and services. And if you have platforms like Venco, where these communities operate on the basis of these platforms, that also presents an opportunity for service providers to reach those households where they have aggregated themselves. What it means is that, for example, with the kind of marketplaces that we build in Venco, if you go onto the Venco app now, there are marketplaces that residents and third parties can actually list their products on for households within the communities to buy. These opportunities have been created by the fact that everyone is using a same platform, a similar platform, where they are already conducting financial transactions on, and it presents an ideal platform, just like the Globos and the Jumias and the Kongas of this world, for third-party service providers and even estate residents to also offer their own services, using wallet systems as well as listing services that are already provided there. Okay. Also, all of this is possible by the infrastructure that has already been provided within the community. So communities require utilities to be provided. They require a way, an automated way to access these utilities. Because on Venco, for example, you have digital vending for water, for electricity. You have ways that people can raise issues. You have ways that people can book visitors. There's a wealth of infrastructure on which to layer on other services that can be provided. For example, on high traffic areas within the Venco app, you can layer your advertisements, so that products that sell with households can be put on there. These products can be everything from cleaning services, right, to gardening, to help services, to insurance and stuff like that. Because we already have the infrastructure that all of these users are using, it becomes a very high traffic, efficient platform on which to then push additional messaging to third parties who want to gain access to the markets that we are already a part of. So we've spoken, oh, okay. Yeah, so again, there are other ecosystems. When you look at a community, there are three foundations that really define a community. Communities want to have sustainable infrastructure, financing. Communities have energy and utilities that they need to take care of. And then communities also want to have security. Venco addresses all of these across the board. So we sell and finance prepaid utility meters to make sure that communities can recover costs for energy spend efficiently and accurately. As I stand, you can see many of the meters that we sell. These are not just for energy, but also for water, and in some cases for gas, right? Security is a big part of energy of communities as well. You would have noticed that the way you access this event was through turnstiles that power the same type of access into communities that we serve. So Venco is integrated into this turnstile and boom bar system, so that with codes, with new QR codes, with NFC devices, or with RFID, you are able to guarantee safety by controlling who can come and leave a community and by keeping track of them. It's not just about security, but also about safety. So, for example, we are all privy to recent happenings around collapsed buildings, buildings catching fire, and the likes. With technology like Venco's visitor management system, not only are you controlling who can come into and leave a community, you are also able to determine who is within a community at the time when an incident has happened or has occurred. And that's, in today's world, is a very essential service that we are able to provide. So that, for example, an incident occurs, you have everybody who has come in, you have their contacts, and you can actually reach them at a critical moment to provide advice that can increase their chance of survivability, in that environment. So security, again, and safety go hand in hand. And of course, with our collections and revenue assurance features, we are also taking care of the financial sustainability side of communities. Okay, so one of the other things that we are able to do as Venco as well is that because we are deployed in so many communities, we are able to also map the businesses and service providers around them so that we can help to foster business. A lot of us that live in communities do not actually know all the businesses and service providers around us, and probably spend a lot of time buying goods and services further away from us that we could have got right next to us. So one of the things that we're doing at Venco is also mapping the business providers around our communities and bringing that up onto our marketplace, so that those that reside in our estates can see listing services for different types of services that they're interested in close to them and can patronize the local economy around them. What this does is that it boosts the economy around the communities and basically spreads, the prosperity, across, beyond just those within communities that we serve. We've already spoken about smart metering and sustainability at length in many of the panels that we've spoken about. So we sell meters, we provide not just the ability to vend, but visibility and tracking of how much energy is being consumed, the efficiency of that consumption, and we are also able to do recommendations on how to optimize your energy blend for efficiency, not just in cost, but in availability. Okay, so this speaks about the economics of sustainability, but again, it's intertwined with metering, efficiency, and accuracy of vending, not just for energy, but for water. And basically, ultimately, what we are talking about is software-defined real estate. Software is eating the world. Today, to buy food, to access transportation, and to access so many other services that we rely on day to day, we are accessing all of these things through mobile apps and through web portals. There is no reason why accessing services within the communities that we live in should be any different. And that's what we've done with Venco. We've built a platform that provides a 360-degree solution for the residents, the occupants, and the operators in communities. From here, you are able to do your vending, access your utilities, and ensure security in your community, as well as so many other things, access services, marketplaces, and also even do things like events through the platform. We are also gathering a lot of data that helps in further improving the efficiency and the running convenience of these communities. We thank you again for making the time to come to this event. REMA has been a very enlightening thing, even for me. I've learned a few things from the panelists and from conversations that I've had with participants. And we're going to do this again next year, even bigger and better. Thank you so much, and we really appreciate your time and presence here today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Chude one more time. We have come to the end of REMA Conference 2025. If you're excited about this, make some noise. Wow, wow. It sounded like you're mocking me, like, woo. All right. Thank you so much for everyone who joined, who participated. Many thanks to all our speakers, panelists, every stakeholder, industry leaders, thought leaders on every conversation that we've had. They've been quite insightful. They've shown us how to effectively manage Africans' urban communities. It's been an amazing time today with you. Thank you so much once again. My name is Theophilus Olayanju, and I look forward to seeing you at the next REMA conference. Please do have an amazing time. And again, a very final announcement for the first 20 people, first 30 people that go to the number stand, you get to have a free ATM card. For those of us that have number bank account, or if you do not have, please make your way down to the number stand and you get to get your own free ATM card immediately. So once again, thank you, ladies. All right, so before we leave, please, I want every member of the Venco staff, to please come up stage for a group photo. Every Venco staff, please come up stage for a group photo. Once again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please do have an amazing evening. Thank you. Every Venco staff, please, I need you on stage for the photo session. Every Venco staff, please, you're needed on stage right now for a photo session. Thank you.
I want to have it all, still they find my reason. Now God they bless me.